You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to The Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. I am Lord Ereban, the Keeper of Secrets, and I have brought these adventurers together and set them on an epic quest to decide the fate of the world. When they found my amulet, it gave them the key to unlock the mysteries of Ayn and allowed them to communicate with you, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Now you have the power to help or hinder them as you see fit. If this is your first episode, fear not. Our Dungeon Master will catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right in. And you can always watch past episodes by visiting our YouTube or listen to the audio version by searching for The Dungeon Run wherever you get fine podcasts. The Dungeon Run is made possible through the generous support of our patrons. Bonus shows, special content, and more is available when you become a supporter at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. And join the incredible Dungeon Run community by visiting the official, unofficial Discord at thedungeon.run/discord. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does make a difference. But now, sit back, relax, enter the world of Ayn, and let the dice roll!
Yeah! Welcome! Watchers of the Time Stream, welcome patrons to episode 94 of the Dungeon Run.
Wow!
Yeah, this is a very special one. Also, this is an episode where all of the in-game items, all of our proceeds that we are doing tonight are going to be donated to Colors of Change. Actually, Morgan, why don't you tell the folks why we chose that charity and why we're doing this at all?
Happy to. As some of you probably noticed, and maybe some of you knew why as well, last week we didn't have a show in support of a day off Twitch. As most of you are probably aware, there's been a growing number of despicable and disturbing hate raids targeting the streams of people of color, wherein they are raided by anonymous accounts, relentlessly verbally attacked with this terrible racist hate speech. This has been going on for weeks and it's affected dozens of creators, including many of our friends and colleagues in the D&D and gaming communities. As partnered streamers here on Twitch, we at the Dungeon Run think that it's important that we join in and say that this has to stop. We truly hope a solution can be found to this problem so that all creators can feel safe on this platform, because if all of us aren't safe, none of us are safe. So to that end, we've also made tonight, as Jeff said, a charity stream benefiting Color of Change. And what Color of Change is an organization that helps move decision makers in corporations and government to create a more human and less hostile world for Black people and for all people. They've taken up this issue along with many others, and we're happy to donate all the proceeds from tonight to them. Visit colorofchange.org and find out even more about how you can help humankind, be both. So that's what we're here, and we're happy to be doing this tonight.
Yeah.
So
that's exciting. We are proud to help that charity in any small way we can, and you have the opportunity to do so. All of the digital items that we're selling tonight, all of the proceeds go directly to Color of Change. So the Force war that we always have on this show is between Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil, and that is powered by these digital items. There are balloons, gold and purple for each side, and there are big items, the potatoes, the golden potatoes and the evil yams for each side. You can purchase those right there on Twitch, and all of those proceeds go to Color of Change, but they also affect our tug of war between the two teams, between Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil, and the result of that tug of war at the end of the episode affects the following episode. So whichever team wins triggers a force card of their team that affects the entire Heroes of Bingle Squad the next episode. So last time we played, Team Force of Good barely squeaked out a victory.
Hooray!
So there will be a Force of Good card in effect all episode long this week. We're also made possible by Patreon. So check out patreon.com/thedungeonrun to see how you can support the show and keep it moving forward. We got lots of really cool perks, including some cast secrets. And I know Katie, this week, Lily Dumblestuck dropped a new single, I believe.
That's a new hit, yeah.
Start
I really
song.
think it's gonna pick up steam.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping.
I've been singing it to Logan. He loves it.
So check those out at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. You can find out how you can see that exclusive content. You can also see our supplementary show, The Dungeon Cooldown, where the cast and I rotate in and out talking about the previous week, predicting what may happen in the following weeks. It's a great talk back show about this here adventure, and it is exclusive to patrons. The VOD is timed exclusive to patrons. We have been releasing back episodes for non-patrons to check out to see what they're missing. So hopefully you see that over on our YouTube page. Those old episodes are going up. There's a lot of really fun content there as well. Also, be sure to check out our Discord. It is fan created and controlled, but it is our official unofficial Discord. And a lot of great folks over there, an awesome community. It really is one of my favorite places on the internet. So check it out.
Thank you, Dyson Capes. Thank you.
Yes, all of the folks over there. What else am I forgetting? I always forget something.
Merch.
Merch! Oh
Yeah!
my goodness.
Hit it, Ron!
Ron Ogden, tell the folks.
Yeah, so we got dropped some more stuff here on Labor Day. We've got a new Life is Pain mug. We have actually two styles.
I'm getting the Life is Pain mug.
They're so good. They're so good.
They look so good. There's a black Life is Pain mug. There's a white one, and your white one comes with 3 different accent colors: black, pink, and red. There's also a baby Araban mug, and we've dropped a couple of stickers, including one of my favorites. Come from our show suggestions. My other ride is a Vardo, so make sure you guys check out that bumper sticker as well. And we've got a variety of 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, and 6x6 die cut Kiss stickers. And all that means is it's cut to the Kiss cut sticker just means it's close to the
merchandise, ladies and gentlemen.
We're getting into the real money by selling Kiss merchandise.
I'm definitely behind that.
And if you are one of our Warden patrons or higher, you guys make sure you check out your Patreon because you might have a little special gift right there.
Yay.
The character of Fahima tonight will be played by a baby Araban mug.
Hey, where's the mug? Where's the new mug? I gotta find it.
Pain mug.
Go to all mugs at the top. There you go.
Oh, wait. It really says premium, classics, full catalog.
This is just doing a PowerPoint presentation
Right,
for us.
We're still figuring out the UI. Okay.
There they are. There are those
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
We're required to drink coffee out of these at our staff meetings.
beauties. Correct.
And
I'm down for that.
just a reminder, we now offer international shipping.
Woohoo!
Yay, international shipping. Also, keep an eye on that merch store because new products are in the pipeline. We have a pipeline now.
Yeah.
We got new products in the pipeline, and
Uggo undies are on the way.
You ruined the surprise!
Really cool stuff, really exciting. A lot of it's suggested by you on the Discord. So if you have other ideas, we'd love to hear them. Please suggest. We'd love to get the products out that you want to see. And there's a lot of really cool stuff.
I mean, I
There's
just made a
puzzles,
suggestion.
There's clocks. What was that?
I just made a suggestion. Uggo undies.
Yeah, we wanted the suggestions that they want, not that.
Hey, Jared, we can talk about this later this week, okay?
We already have a number of.
This is why I'm not allowed to run the meetings. This is why I have to stay quiet. For
Hey, Sean, could you
20
just mute Jared until we start the show?
We have 2 evil yams that have already been dropped. So yeah, Team 14 coming out hot right at the start.
Dang.
Oh boy.
Mavith and Chef Scott 68 both buying evil yams, and again, all of the digital items this week are going to charity, to Color of Change. So
Love an
really
evil yam
appreciate
for
that.
good.
Evil yam for good. Yeah, exactly. And some balloons. Dyson Capes bought 4 balloons. Squid
Whoa.
Bob's Tentacle Pants with a balloon. Lily Dumblestuck fan. Chef's got 68 with a balloon. So all of that stuff we appreciate. The tug of war as it currently sits is 87% Team Force of Evil, 13% Team Force of Good. So Team Force of Evil coming out strong. Let me reveal the card that will be in effect all
please.
episode long. It is a Team Force of Good card. This was submitted by one of you. A Dude the Man submitted this this card. It is called the Timid Hand. I'm not really, maybe you guys can figure out why it's called the Timid Hand. I'm not really certain, but I like it. I think this is a really clever, cool card. It says, each player gains 1d4, which they can use as a bonus action or reaction. When used, the player is sucked through a portal at their feet to a space of their choice within 30 feet. Then they roll the d4. If they roll a 1 or a 2, they land on their feet. If they roll a 3, they come out sideways and land prone. If they roll a 4, they arrive upside down and take bludgeoning damage equal to the distance traveled. So 10 feet would be 1d6, between 10 and 20 is 2d6, 20 and 30 is 3d6.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So 1 and 2 safe, 3
is
prone, 4 bunch of damage.
Or owie on your head.
Or can you repeat the 4? Again, I'm writing it down.
4 is you land on your head and you take bludgeoning damage equal to the distance, like if you had fallen that distance.
1d6 per 10 feet.
Right.
Exactly.
So if we used all 30 feet, it would be 3d6.
3d6.
So max 3d6.
Yeah.
Correct.
And do we have to say anything special? I feel like somebody did.
We'll say the Timid
I'm using
Hand as we do
I'm
it.
using my d4.
Is
I
this
guess
because
Okay,
of
okay.
Torvald the Timid? Is
Maybe because
he
the
does portals?
hand, the second
The
hand
Timid
to the timid.
Oh, I like that.
No,
I'll buy it.
think about
Was
that.
it? Wait, didn't just one part of his body get through the portal, Seth?
That was
Well,
soft, yeah.
it was
Yeah,
his head.
Seth.
And
It was
his head.
It was his entire upper half.
half of his body, yeah.
So not just the hand.
I mean, it's still a sore subject for
No.
Cable.
Don't mention it to Lily. She still hasn't recovered.
2 years later, it's too soon.
That was when Lily went through a string of eye contact deaths.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I have something to say too.
Oh, please.
Hit it.
I wanted to, speaking of balloons, we do have a new balloon emote. It is gray. It is for Force of Neutral. You guys have been asking for that for a long time. So we have a Force of Neutral. If you want a different color, let Pebbles know or let one of us know in the Discord and we can get that going for you. We also have some new balloons to support our music team. So those are the red balloons.
Yay.
They have,
Heather and Leah. Woo!
Heather and Leah.
it's a little hard to see, but there are little music notes below the balloons, so you can throw those in chat when you want to support our music team. We also have some amazing new emotes, cartoon, what do we call those? Drawings of each of the characters by Sir Gage. So thank you so much for those.
Yeah, Sir Gage, thank you.
Yay.
We have Fahima, James, we have all the characters. We actually have a tier 2 emote of Lily playing her flute. So we have 2 new Lily emotes.
nice.
Wow.
And the Joral emote is available tier 1. Pebbles.
Everyone loves it.
Pebbles is singing
Such a
about it.
fan.
Huge fan, huge fan.
Somebody say flute?
We've moved a couple of the emotes around, so some of the emotes are available only at tier 2 and tier 3, but most of them are available at tier 1. And I also wanted to shout out some major support we're seeing in chat right now. Aviath just gave out a ton of gift subs. We saw a ton of gift
Thank you,
subs from Fallstar, a huge cheer from Fallstar. A couple huge cheers from Fallstar, actually. I also saw Hadrian dropped a bunch of bits for us and some gift subs. Thank you to everybody who I'm not shouting out for your support on the Twitch channel. And hello to our Zan Show Raiders. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. So thank you for coming to support the show.
And hey, again, the music balloons to support the music team, to show cheers and applause for our wonderful music team, was a direct suggestion in the suggestion subsection of the Discord. So thank you for those suggestions. We're listening. We're trying to give you what you want. So please don't hesitate to make your voice heard. Okay. With all of that said, I believe it is time to light the torch. It started as a simple dungeon run, but it has become a desperate battle against an onslaught of demons. When these 5 adventurers went searching in an abandoned dragon's lair for easy treasure, they never could have anticipated what they would find would cast them into such a perilous conflict. They emerged with a strange object, trapped in crystal, and to identify it, they sought help from a wizard named Torvald the Timid. Torvald told them that what they had found was the Secret Keeper's amulet, a relic from the Ariat Age, a time mysteriously forgotten by everyone in Ain. Torvald was a member of a conclave of wizards known as the Natural Order, who had been working in secret to track down the fabled Wardens, the 100-foot-tall protectors of the realms who had recently gone missing. The amulet was connected to the Wardens. When reunited with them, it would reveal mysteries about their creation and the terrible threat they were created to fight. So, with the help of the Natural Order, the heroes of Bingle began looking for the Wardens. They traveled to Terlis, the largest city in Latland, and met up with the scholar of Nightstone Abbey, Hermel Fesh. Fesh had mentored James Quillis at Nightstone Abbey while secretly studying the lost history of Ain as a member of the Natural Order. He and the students at Nightstone were among the few still permitted to cast spells within the city walls, after a moratorium on magic was enacted by Terlis' chief regent, Persta Samuels. After a murder by arcane means, Samuels had evicted anyone caught using magic, pushing them out into the shantytown north of Terlis. During their time in the city, the heroes of Bingle had their own difficulties adhering to the moratorium. When a nettlesome proctor named Audric Lucerne attempted to confiscate Fahima's magical phoenix, Uggo threatened to rip the man's arms off and beat him with them. The next day, Lucerne was found dead, assaulted with his own dismembered appendages, and the heroes of Bingle were immediately wanted for the murder. Luckily, they were able to flee the city and evade prosecution, but Jorl, the shantytown merchant from whom they had acquired magical weapons, was imprisoned as their accomplice. As they continued their quest, they discovered that the Wardens had been captured by a powerful cabal determined to siphon the Titan's elemental power for their own nefarious ends. This cabal was led by a shadowy spellcaster named Calcutta Theed, the Ashen Mage. Each time they found a Warden, the heroes of Bingle faced off against another member of the cabal, a mad scientist in a floating sky tower, an amphibious warrior at the bottom of the sea, and ultimately, the Ashen Mage herself at the top of an unstable volcano. There, Civ's first love sacrificed herself to save the team, smashing an ornate urn and unleashing a torrent of nightmarish abominations into the realms. The heroes escaped, but found the countryside overrun by these unfathomable new creatures. Eventually, they made their way to Uggo's hometown of Thorn, where Uggo's brother was leading the orcs and commanding them to deal with the demons in a very different way. Uggo defeated his brother in single combat to become the new war chief in Thorn, but had to make a monumental sacrifice to begin the process of healing the city's wounds. Uggo severed his connection to his ancestral spirits and lost all of the barbarian abilities that came with them, reducing himself to a low-level paladin, underpowered and vulnerable. Meanwhile, James was experiencing his own metamorphosis. Having defied his great Old One patron, James's eyes darkened, his teeth sharpened, and his skin became veiny and paper-thin. He was taking on qualities reminiscent of a demon himself, just as the team decided to return to his hometown. Last week, the heroes portaled back to Terlis, eager to clear up loose ends. Once again, they sought counsel from Hermel Fesh inside Nightstone Abbey, this time disguised by the seeming spell as a young musical group. But even as they gleaned new information from the scholar about the old ones, their meeting was interrupted by news that the city walls had been breached. Maintaining their disguises, the heroes rushed to lend aid, finding the northern wall crawling with vile fiends. A treacherous battle ensued. Uggo was knocked unconscious and the team nearly defeated, but a combination of bravery and magical attacks managed to quell the demonic invasion. Bloodied and beaten, the team collected themselves and turn to leave, only to see the city guard reinforcements arrive just in time to observe them in clear violation of the moratorium. And that is where we will pick up this week.
Great.
So, it seems to me that we should just jump right in where we left off, right back to the map room.
Gosh, should we?
And pick up our scene. We are at the northern border of Terlis, the edge of the city walls there. The right-hand side of the screen is the northern wall. And the heroes have defeated a number of demons that were trying to breach that wall. They had blasted holes in it with some incredible sonic attacks. You see a number of dead bodies there of guards that had been manning the wall and trying to repel the attack that succumbed to their wounds. But our heroes, though they have been severely injured, survived. And you notice Uggo, I believe, is farther away from the group than up at the top there in the alley. And then we have Lily and the rest of the team. And there are a number of guards that have arrived here on the left-hand side of the screen coming from the south. 4 guards is what you see. And as you all are collecting yourselves, you see the guard closest to you reach out his hand and say, "Halt!"
Oh, thank goodness you're here. Oh my goodness, we've been so scared. Thank you. Please, we don't know if there's more. They came out of nowhere.
You are in clear violation of the moratorium.
We know.
Please.
We didn't know what to do. There's demons. They broke through the wall. Please come quickly.
And you see them start to move closer to you.
I'm backing away.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back down this alleyway over here, and I'm handing a potion to James as I'm making my way that direction.
Yeah, so this is the thing.
Are you taking the potion?
Yes, I will definitely take the potion from you. We point of rules from last week is I didn't realize that temp HP don't stack. So I once I did the math, am at 3 hit points. So both James and Fahima are deeply messed up.
5 hit points or less. Yep.
And as this guard starts to approach you, Lily, as the one closest to all of them and the one who has been speaking to them, he says, "Please stay where you are." And another guard behind him says, "They're just students. They repelled the attack themselves. Look."
Please don't hurt us.
It's true.
Please. We were just out here practicing our music.
When newly arrived to town, we'd only heard of the moratorium, but we saw the attacking. Yeah.
And this is really embarrassing, but please don't tell anybody. Please don't tell anybody we were here.
Hey, you! And he points at Civ skulking away. All of you!
I'm drinking a potion in the shadows.
Okay. Should we return to initiative order, or do we think that we would like to not be in initiative order?
I mean, I don't want to get in a fight.
I
would like to talk to them. I would like to talk to them in an attempt to not.
I am basically putting Lily between me and them.
This guard who is standing in is it not updating? No, it doesn't look like it's updating.
Yeah,
It's on screen. I'm moving everybody around.
Oh, weird.
I see
there it
Jared
goes.
moved
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this guard moves right up to Lily and he says, "Get your group and line them up right here."
Okay. Merry musicians, please come over here. The guards want to see us.
All right.
Fahima pulls her cloak all the way over herself so she can disguise all of the slashes and bubbled burn damage on her body.
There's a magical flaming bird, correct? I'm not going. I'm going into the shadows. I'm disappearing.
All right. Do you want to roll stealth? Or are you taking an an invisibility potion.
I don't have invisibility. I would love
you
an
bought
invisibility
that. I'm
potion.
sorry.
No, I wanted to buy that.
I mean, yes, I have an invisibility potion.
Yeah. We talked about it, but no, you sold me poisons.
I feel like you really wanted to buy those poisons.
I mean, I wasn't going to turn it down.
We got a couple of gold potatoes, by the way. One from the Gamer Share, and, both from the Gamer Share. 2 gold potatoes from the Gamer Share. Thank you, the Gamer Share. My goodness, thank you. So you want to roll stealth then?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Jeff, I'm assuming Uggo can hear this conversation.
Oh yeah, you can definitely. They're shouting. You're not that far away. You're right. You're just right down that alley, so you can hear it. Civ, you have advantage from a gateway guy on your stealth check.
Thank you, gateway guy.
Uggo is going to maintain his not getting in line of sight of anyone if he can.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear to you, Uggo, that the guards aren't aware that you're there.
Yeah.
27.
All right, so you're pretty confident that you are out of sight. I mean, they did see you move into the alley, but they've completely lost track of you at this point.
Okay.
The rest of you, are you moving? Are you moving? Are you staying put? If so, which direction are you moving?
I'll join Lily and James in that little
I will.
trio.
You can move yourself on the screen. There you go.
May I also take the potion that Civ handed to me, or
if you want to drink the potion, yeah, I mean, you're going to drink a magical potion in front of these guards.
Come on! Oh my gosh, these guys suck.
Right to do that.
No, I think maybe James says, "Whew," and then just looks at the guards and is like.
By the way, is the elemental still there?
I mean, I haven't heard Fahima dispel it, but.
Okay. Yep, this is me disappearing.
All right.
Yeah, there should still be corpses of demons everywhere, right?
There are corpses of demons. There are corpses of guards.
There was a hunger of Hadar behind us a few seconds ago.
Yeah, your Nullimental is standing there, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Just doing a little dance.
Yeah, swirling and whirling as this negative image of fire. Yes.
So before the guards spot the elemental, have they spotted it?
Oh yes. I mean, it is clear to you that the moment you see the guards, they had seen you before that, right?
They had seen us fighting.
Cat is out of the bag.
They saw. You don't know how much of the end of the fight they saw, but they certainly see an elemental. They see these students dressed as practitioners of magic with magic things all around, having destroyed these creatures.
Okay, so I'll.
Oh, go ahead.
Just about the elemental, I'll just say I've never seen that before in my life, and then I'll mentally command my elemental, "Hey, you, make yourself scarce," and it'll kind of swirl itself away and disappear.
Okay.
I will awaken mine to Lily and Fahima, just say we just arrived to town. We walked into a battle. We did our best. They think we're students. Let's just keep with that.
I'm gonna.
If I have a question for you.
Yes.
In these houses, are there windows?
Yeah.
Are there people inside that seem to be like hunkering down or hiding or anything like that?
As I mentioned last week, this area had been evacuated. It seems that there really isn't anyone in these buildings at this moment.
This building that I'm in, what's inside of it? Like, what does it look like?
It's not a residence. It's right next to the wall there. It would probably be a shop or some sort of some sort of professional building like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing clear like okay, cool. that was the extent of my questioning.
Yeah, I mean this is right at the northern entrance, so there wouldn't be housing here. It would be stables, things that you would expect right as you enter a city from one of its entrances.
Yeah.
So you see these guards, and they seem to be kind of talking or gesticulating amongst themselves.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it?
I'm so sorry. It's just, do you have any water?
We should take them. We should take them.
It's just, we didn't.
They did what the gods could not, Parfield. Quiet.
Cartfield.
It's Parfield, and all of you are in violation of the moratorium. You need to
I know,
go
please
see
don't get us in trouble. We're all really good students. We just panicked. We were out here practicing our music, and please don't tell anybody that because that's even more embarrassing.
You were practicing your music in an evacuated area.
They said that it was bad, and so we snuck over here because we just wanted to practice where no one would hear us.
The attack took everyone by surprise. We were completely caught unawares, and we were caught between here and our way back home. So very sorry. We had no desire to be here. Obviously, let me look at this terribleness.
Do you want to hear our song?
Do I want to hear your song?
I mean,
I'd like to hear this song.
We've been working on it.
Yeah, we've been working on it. Okay, and I'll just send a message to Fahima and James, just like when I say triangle, James, you say your instrument, and then Fahima, you say your instrument, and just say the name. Okay. Okay. Please don't make fun of us, but we really do want to practice this with someone. Okay. Thanks for being the audience.
All right.
3, 2, 1. We are a band of merry musicians, new to music, but not new to life. These are our instruments, so we cannot play them. Please enjoy it as we say them. I'm Triangle.
I'm Fife.
And I'm Trumpet.
And we are a band of merry musicians carrying instruments we cannot play.
Uggo comes out and starts.
There you are. Yes.
Thank you.
Herbert, we wondered where the drums had gone.
I heard the song.
That was you see the one behind like start clapping, and then the one in front turns and goes, "Quiet."
We're very sorry, sir. We're very sorry.
We just
We
didn't
should
know where
take
else.
you to the chief regent immediately. That's procedure.
But do you think he'll want to hear the song? Is that what you're saying?
She.
Sorry, she.
No. You've been practicing magic outside the walls of the abbey. Yes, but
Were we supposed to die?
They destroyed the demons. We should all get out of here as quickly as possible. Parfield, please. I need you all to roll me a group deception check. Everybody except Civ, of course.
Maybe climbing the wall. I'd like to look out. I'd like to look out. No, seriously, I'd like to look out over Shantytown because I want to know: A, are there more demons? B, are there any survivors?
Okay.
Nat 20.
Oh, nat 20. All right,
Oh.
Fema, you have advantage from J Neophet 3. James, you have
Thank you.
advantage from Gateway Guy.
Hey, thanks, Gateway Guy.
Uggo, you had advantage from freeing the Inferno Warden, but it was countered by Grimfaded, but you didn't need it because you got a natural 20. Lily, you have...
Wait. Paladin Uggo just got a nat 20 on a deception check, lying to some city guard.
Wow.
With his drums.
Somewhere,
Technically, Uggo did not lie.
somewhere the Candle Queen went.
Yeah, the goddess of truth. Lily, you have advantage from 12 rum sips, countered by Grimfaded.
Thank you.
26.
Oh, I think you guys have already passed.
I got a 26 as well.
Dang,
We're a bunch of liars.
All right. So, Civ, you have climbed to the top of you want the wall. The wall is what you're climbing to the top of? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Whisper Joe.
Okay, Whisper Joe. That would be a 13.
13. Okay, well, you don't see anything to the north past the tree line at this point where the demons that you defeated last week came from. With 13, you definitely don't see anything in that direction, although there are, bodies, there are things piled up just outside the wall.
Mainly, are there more demons? And is there anyone not a demon moving around? A people person that's not dead?
People person.
Beyond the wall, no.
Okay.
You see no movement at the moment.
Great.
Yeah. You seem to have beat back this particular invasion.
Wave. Okay.
Yeah, wave.
Cool.
That's a good way of putting it.
Jeff.
Yeah.
It suddenly James is reminded that seeming only lasts 8 hours. It hasn't been super long. It's maybe been 3 hours.
Yeah, I would say it's about halfway done. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
You turned it on right before you went through the portal to Terlis, so you're about midday, early afternoon.
We weren't with Hermel for that long.
Right. Yeah. So your deception check passed, and this guard, he looks at you sideways, but he says he turns to the companions. He says, "Perhaps we should get to where we're needed more." That's right. They beat back the invasion. Are there any more of them? He says to you.
Not that we saw. But we're unsure. But
they were big.
Yes, there was big electric, fiery ones. Terrible.
How did you do it? What worked?
Panic. If you panic, it turns out all your magic that you once knew maybe kind of comes out of you in a way that you don't know how.
I have no idea.
We're very lucky. Magic in direct violation of the moratorium. What?
Lesson learned.
Again, we panicked. It wasn't intentional. We just didn't want to die.
Listen to me and listen to me straight.
Yes,
I want you lot to go directly back to the Abbey. Right now, if I run into you again outside the Abbey walls, you're going directly to the Chief Regent to explain yourselves to her. She will not be as kind as we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very kind, sir. Thank you.
You're very good at your job. It seems like you really take it very seriously.
Don't patronize me.
I'm not trying to.
Oh. James is bleeding and I think holding on to Fahima. We're probably just limping down the street.
And you see these guards start to disperse and try to clear the streets, make sure there's no demons that hold up in any of these houses, make sure there's no civilians in any of the houses. They're back to sort of doing the job that they came to this area to do, and they start moving down and away from you, expecting you all to leave as well.
None of us. And Civ, you rolled like a 26, you said, or something like that on your stealth. So we don't know where you are either, I assume.
Right. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to come around this corner, though. There's still a guard there on the map. Is that guy still there?
Yeah, they're sort of moving, looking through these buildings, making sure there's...
there's one in between us.
Sorry, guards. These guys are moving away. I mean, this one who was sort of the most strict of the foursome, Parfield, he hangs back a bit just to make sure that all of you heed his directions and disperse and don't stay here. He's kind of eyeing you sideways to make sure you actually are going to leave.
Okay, team, let's go back.
Yeah, you heard the man. Come on.
Jeff, is there one of the demons' bodies nearby?
Sure, sir. There's you can find parts of them.
They all exploded.
I said the little ones blew up.
Yeah.
I'll go kind of sheepishly goes over one of the bodies, looking at the guy who's there staring at us. Slowly picks up one of the legs and just begins to drag it back to the Abbey.
What are you doing with that?
Study? Want to know what it is, right?
We are college students.
Yes. Also, he's really good at using anything as a drumstick.
I would advise against eating that.
I know. No.
Not an eating drumstick. He plays the drums.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would also like to examine, if I can, if there's time, the fire belcher or fire belly.
We need to get out of here.
I mean, I think the more you guys linger and mess with the demons, the more it will arouse their suspicions. But you're more than welcome to do what you please.
I lost my, it swallowed up my ring, if I might.
Your ring's gone. I'm sorry. Go get. You don't know if there's more of them coming.
Come on.
Oh,
We've got problems we got problems on the south side as well.
Oh goodness.
Oh gosh. Okay.
And I certainly hope somebody finds out what that thing was, because it was bad.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. Back tonight, sir. Back tonight, sir.
All right. So we can leave the map room, as it seems there will be no fight. But Civ, you are still
Sorry, Jeff.
You're still high on the top of the wall, right?
Yeah, I never really got to go up there. It was just Fahima that was up there. So
Right.
I like to kind of survey the damage, not only to the wall, but also to the people.
Yeah, I mean, a number of them are dead. There are a number of bodies there.
Is it all guards, or is there a bunch of people that were trying to get into the city with the gates closed that were slaughtered by demons?
On the wall itself, it's all guards. It does look like there's a number of people outside the wall.
Shantytown.
I think you could make that assumption, yeah.
Are they Tabaxi?
Roll me an investigation check. Straight roll as far as I'm concerned.
Jeff, just want to clarify real quick on our way back. I'm assuming there's some point on our way back in which there is no wandering eye, and I can lay on hands James a bit.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just making
16.
sure that's okay. I can only give you 5,
I'll take it.
James.
Fahima needs something.
No, I'm totally fine. Everything's.
I will.
my leg.
Really don't look fine.
I'm gonna.
No, these bubbles are just. They're peeling a bit, but I'll be fine.
Lily will do cure wounds on Fahima and then on James at level 2.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you.
I'll go
All right,
also
so,
cure wounds for Fahima.
I would like you guys to, as you're walking back, I would like you, I mean, this area is evacuated, but let's still roll a stealth check to see if those magical effects are not seen by anybody. Lily, you have advantage from False Star, countered by Grim Faded.
Okay.
And Uggo, you have advantage from defeating Vargan, countered by Grim Faded.
Which means I have disadvantage.
Because he's in plate mail.
Oh, yeah, plate mail. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. And Civ, with your investigation roll, you definitely spy bits of fur.
I'm going down there.
Okay.
Rolled in that one.
Oh, I got a 25.
Yeah, so as you lay on hands on James, a bright light, candlelight, illuminates the whole area around you, and you know that it is pretty conspicuous show of magic that you just did.
Keep
It doesn't always happen like that. I don't know why that just happened.
Keep moving, fast as possible. Go!
James, you got 12 points of healing, and Fahima, you got 10.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Civ, you have climbed down the front of the wall, and you can see as you go that there's a bunch of damage to this wall, large cracks, big chunks of stone and brick that have been knocked loose. Obviously, that demon that was focusing its sonic energy really did a number on this wall. There are carts and all manner of boxes and possessions that seem to be piled up on the other side of the wall. Looks all...
Yeah, I'm not really in the mood to loot right now.
Okay.
I'm just looking for shantytown people, and I'm going to start collecting bodies.
Okay.
And putting them in the bag of holding. I'm going to try to be stealthy.
All right.
That bag of holding is gonna stink.
You can roll me a stealth check on this one. You have a straight roll as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
I don't know if you can't breathe.
We also got a gold potato from that guy named Rodney.
Amazing.
And an evil yam from Chef Scott 68 again.
Amazing.
Wow.
Also a balloon from Grasp My Hand. Again, all of these proceeds are going to a Color of Change. So we are so grateful for all of that this week.
Charity episode.
So this puts the tug of war at Team Force of Good 52%. Team Force of Evil at 48%.
30.
Both teams fighting for Color of Change. So it's all good. It's all good tonight.
Indeed. 30. You are silently, like moving like a shadow, silently gathering. There's at least 3 or 4 bodies in the immediate vicinity of the wall that you managed to get. Some of them are very badly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the guards. I'm just taking the shantytown people.
Okay. And
in fact, I'd like to take one of the guards' outfits and put it on. I want to disguise myself as one of these guards in case this seeming spell goes away. I want to look like a guard.
Okay. So now you look, as you put it on, if the seeming spell's still on, you still look like
I know.
a student.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying if the seeming spell goes
wearing.
away, I don't want to be a beggar. I want to be a guard now.
Gotcha.
That must be very hard to change clothes while you have an illusion spell.
Yeah. You put on a new shirt and it still looks like the shirt.
I'm gonna take, some pieces of clothing from this guard and some from over here, so it's not completely stained with gore and blood.
Okay.
Like if this guy got his bottom half ripped off, then I'll take the top half of his clothes and vice versa.
Yeah. And again, a lot of this damage was from elemental attacks, like electricity blowing apart bits here and there, and fire and sonic damage. So these are not full cadavers that you're grabbing. It's more parts.
Sure.
Some I don't want to get too graphic, but it's you can imagine it is it's pretty gruesome.
Yep.
But you managed to get let's say 4 cadavers such as it is into the bag of holding.
Great. And then I'll disguise myself, and then I will take my time sneaking back to Nightstone.
All right. All of you are you guys are going directly back as quickly as you can? Okay.
Yes.
So you get
minus that little interlude where magic energy was everywhere. But yes.
Yeah. You get back and once again you're met at the gates by Nance, who has arrived, and she said, "Oh, I'm so glad."
It's us, Nance.
Yes, I know. Hammer told me what you looked like, and I've never seen this grouping of. Oh no! Aren't there supposed to be 5 of you?
Yes.
We're missing Civ, but I'm sure he'll find his way back.
He's
all right. He's alive.
Yes.
He's alive. Yes.
I'm so happy to hear it. I thought for certain one of them got you.
Yes.
It's very bad. Reports are that they've beaten them back at the south entrance, but they'd given up the north.
Yes, we were able to stop them at the north, but they seem very driven. They seem desperate almost to get inside. I'm not sure what they're on about, but we should go in. Is there any way to let the gate guards know of Civ's arrival?
I can wait for them. I can wait for your 5th.
Okay, thank you.
Make your way back to Hermel's chambers.
Okay.
Good to
Thank
see
you. Be safe.
Thank you.
You too.
Yeah. James definitely feels a little awkward knowing that this seeming spell is hiding how he currently looks. So, okay.
Yeah. So again, you all look young. You all look a little ragged. Even your injuries are disguised under the seeming spell. So you walk back through the gates. There seems to be a lot more commotion in Nightstone than there was when you first arrived, and of course, you are entering through a much more public section of the Abbey. So you're seeing more students moving around. There's a lot of frantic talk, hushed discussions about the state of Terlis in general, and this most recent attack. And you make your way back into the halls and up toward Hermel Fesh's office.
While we're once we're back on the grounds, I will use the Pearl of Power to restore a 3rd level spell slot. Basically, once I know we're safe to kind of use magic again, I will.
Ugo casts Cure Wounds on you at 1st level.
Oh, thank you. How much healing is that?
6.
6. Oof. Feeling much better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
You okay?
Sorry.
You okay?
I saw you fall down back there, Ugo.
We're not talking about it.
Do you need healing, Ugo?
No.
Would you like some? Just like even if you don't need it?
Please.
Okay.
Tell me that I made the right decision.
About what? Giving up your levels?
You're
You're barbarian?
It feels very wrong right now.
I'll put my hand on him, and Kira, I'll go 14 points. I'll go. You made the decision that your heart told you to make, and that's the right decision.
I know that, but
it doesn't feel right now.
I am afraid.
I know.
Before I could make it go away. I can't make it go away. It's everywhere all the time now.
What's everywhere all the time?
Fear.
Well, look, you just survived a fight that nearly killed James and I, so at least there's that.
I hit the dirt. You did not hit dirt?
Hit dirt. Oh, yes. No. I did. I did hit dirt, but I was able to get back up.
But Argo, listen, people call us heroes. I've never seen something more heroic than what you did back in Thorn. You helped the entire city by giving up part of yourself. So yes, I will say again and again, I think what you did was incredible.
I'll go. Do you remember when Torvald made the portal for me and I almost died?
Yeah.
And then you said you'd protect me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was new to adventuring then and needed help being protected. And so now it's our turn, my turn, to protect you. And I was okay, even though I was scared, because I had you there to help me feel safe.
Yeah.
But I understand. That doesn't mean you're not going to feel fear. But you do have people here supporting you.
Yes.
And it's okay to feel it.
I feel here is more for everyone else. It's
not your thing.
Where are the people? Where were the people when we were attacked by those demons? How were they able to do that? Where were guards? I saw many bodies there.
I don't think they're allowed to fight back right now.
It was very hard for me not to yell at those guards.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, this is utter foolishness, what's going on here. We have a lot of work to do, and hopefully we can bring some sense about to the city, because
I am going to say something that maybe you will not like.
Okay.
I think we should tell people who we are.
Why?
Okay.
It does not feel good to have to... Ugo's not lying, but Ugo's not telling full truth, and that does not feel good to me. And some of it is pull off bandage. Rip off bandage. I don't know the human phrase.
Rip off the Band-Aid?
Yes. That one.
I think
we're going to find out.
I believe in the truth too, Ugo, but I mean, sometimes secrecy is necessary.
Step by step, I think we can do. I think there is wisdom to what you're saying, Ugo, but we have to do it a smart way.
This is your hometown. You listened to Ugo when he was in Thorn. Ugo listened to you while here in Terlis.
Thank you. Yes, we have a lot to do, so come on. Some of it's very complicated.
All right, as you arrive at Hermelfesh's office, the door is once again closed. Siv, are you heading back after this gruesome business? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sneaking back. I have my street urchin ability, though, so that should cut the time down in half.
Yeah. I mean, it took you a while to get all that, get the bodies into the bag. It's not
sure.
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
But you're probably getting, back to the Abbey about now.
Okay. I still have Siv's name in my Book of Shadows, so I definitely would have, once we got back safely, I would have sent him a sending, basically, that we've gotten back to the Abbey all right. Please let us know you're okay and when we can expect to see you. Yeah.
So, Siv, you can respond to that based on the principles of his spell, if you'd like.
I'm on my way back, and I have the remains of Shantytown.
8. Okay. Civ will be back shortly.
Actually, Jeff, I changed my mind. I'd like to, instead of going right back to Nightstone, I want to kind of do like a curve through the city instead of a beeline.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see what's the rest of the condition of the city. I know Nightstone, and I know the south area is being attacked and the north area is being attacked. What's the overall scope of the city?
Once you get in a ways, I mean, this is a very large city. Terlis is one of the biggest cities in all of Vine. Once you get in a ways from the edges, it's remarkably normal. It's almost disconcerting how normal it is. There's, if you keep your ear out, you probably can hear some scuttlebutt about, oh, is there something happening at the walls? Is it another attack? I mean, there are people maybe gossiping about it, perhaps, but there's an insulation in the interior of the city and a perhaps overconfidence that the guards have it under control.
Really? So they don't even know that the north wall fell?
I don't think so. No, I mean, that just happened, and that is kind of the takeaway is that students at Nightstone ran back to Hermel to tell him, but it is not a widely understood situation. Like part of what the chief regent is doing and part of what the city guard is doing is trying to maintain calm and not get the word out to people. They are trying to quell.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that. I'm going to start telling people.
Okay. All right.
I'm just going to start going up to random people and telling them, did you know the north wall fell?
Oh,
all the guards are dead. They
guards?
breached the wall. Yes.
Oh my. Ewins, come here. Did you hear what this young student is saying? Are you a student at Nightstone?
Yes, I am. We were studying over there when demons started coming through the wall.
I heard that the north wall has had problems for days now. They said some of those filthy folk were trying to get back in.
You mean the shantytown people?
Yes, it's a dirty business up there. No, not something I'd like to get a part of. But you say that the whole wall fell.
Yes, and everyone is dead.
Everyone?
Yes, in fact, it's unguarded now. The demons can just come in anytime they want.
Oh my.
Good luck, and I walk away.
You see that this rumor start to spread. You look over your shoulder, you can see one person tell another, "Oh, what was that you heard?" That kind of thing. And as it starts to raise the alarm, and seeds of this information is starting to percolate.
Great. I'm also ripping down wanted posters on my way back to Nightstone.
Okay. Yeah, definitely there are wanted posters that look a lot like the five of you. And you were, I'm assuming, trying to do that stealthily.
Trying to do it? Yes. Drinking blood wine while I'm doing it? Definitely.
All right. Okay. So there are definitely people that see you ripping down these wanted posters, which of course is prohibited and very much verboten in the city, and it is noticed. No one says anything. No one calls out to you, but there are eyes on you as you pull a couple of them down.
I dare anyone to say something to me. I dare them.
All right.
Don't.
We got another gold potato from Aegis 13. Thank you, Aegis 13. Appreciate you very much. That puts the Team Force of Good at 58%. Team Force of Evil at 42%.
Excellent.
All right.
Fish, the demons out there, they're have they been attacking regularly? They've been coordinating, and these ones seem to be working together, like trying very hard to get into the city.
And elemental to boot.
Yes. This is the first time that I've noticed any coordination or effort that seems on multiple fronts. We've, of course, had numerous attacks, as the city guard has done a admirable job of fending off, even without Nightstone's assistance. But nothing of this magnitude, certainly none of the walls has been breached so far. I am concerned that there may be a new level of intensity that we are perceiving now.
And there's no leads on what they're looking for, specifically.
Looking for?
Well, why they're attacking the city.
I don't know. These creatures seem to be attacking everything, if word is to be believed, all throughout Ain. Wanton attacks in every town and burg. It is... luckily, we have the guard and the walls to protect us. Of course, I know that there are those who are not as lucky, and my heart goes out to them, but...
My understanding of... Sorry, James. My understanding of demons, as of now, is that typically they are brought to this world, or summoned, or there is some sort of greater purpose. They don't typically act out on their own. But I could be wrong. That's just my assumption. So I would think that if there is some sort of coordination.
Why don't you ask one?
That's certainly an idea. I don't know if
I got one right here. James could do it.
Is that just a leg, or do you have the whole thing?
Oh, no. I'm assuming it was a whole... I was trying to bring one of the small ones as much as I possibly could.
All it needs is a head.
Algo didn't realize he was dragging it behind, so the rest of the body's completely torn off.
I mean, they all did. If you remember the Team Force of Evil card that was in effect, made sure that as they died, they all exploded. Right. So yeah, I mean, if you...
if they're exploded.
I'll give you that there's, bits and pieces of a head still attached.
Algo's original reason for grabbing one was because he remembered that James could talk to them, so he would look for one that would, have a head.
Yeah, let's make sure
maybe
that,
not full.
Let's say that Algo made sure to get the most intact head of a creature he could find. I think that's fair.
I didn't want to ruin the surprise of it. That's good. I didn't mention it then.
Fair enough.
Oh, a surprise of a demon head.
Yeah.
I mean, these were the smaller the lightning creatures that you faced. That they look, they had these terrible jaws, but they were, more the size of a dog or something like that. So yeah, I mean, it's.
Well, yeah, I'll go sit it down.
Right here on. It looks for her. Okay, if I put on desk.
I would prefer you did not.
I just put on the ground here then.
Yeah, on the floor.
Some papers that I care about.
That's why I asked.
Very, very kind of you.
It still seems to be oozing.
Yeah.
He said oozing in the Fesh voice. That was well done. Kind of self-consciously, James will approach this demon head and look at Fesh and go, this is something else I can do now, and cast Speak with Dead on the dead demon.
All right.
And James can speak Abyssal.
That's right. James can speak Abyssal. All right, let me see. Let me pull up the stats from last week on this bad boy. Hang on.
Does it work on non-humanoids?
That's what I was just looking at.
It says certain creatures, I think, is the wording of the spell. Stand by. Speak with dead.
They need to have vocal cords and
it
stuff,
says
right?
a corpse of your choice. So, it's a corpse, yeah.
So, here is...
I just thought it'd be a fun RP moment for Jeff.
Here's the stat for this shocking demon. I promise you I did not alter it. I promise you this is...
I believe you.
Last week I had no idea you guys were going to do this. The stat says, languages, understands Abyssal but can't speak.
So it's bestial.
So you can talk to it, but it can't speak back to you.
It can't answer.
It can grunt? Could it grunt once for yes and grunt twice for no?
Wait a minute. Speak with Dead is not a concentration spell. So if I cast Speak with Dead, which lasts 10 minutes, and cast Detect Thoughts...
Oh, we like
having
this.
thoughts?
We like this.
If I ask it
Yeah.
questions.
thoughts.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, well, it's dead, but
Does a dead person have thoughts? We're getting real deep here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are.
The dungeon run is about to answer that question for everyone.
ask the corpse up to 5 questions. It knows only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. So it can understand me. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is
Doesn't
under no
speak a
compulsion.
language.
No, it
Detect
doesn't
thoughts.
speak.
Doesn't speak a
Yeah,
language.
or doesn't speak any language. The creature's unaffected. That was
Right.
a brilliant idea.
Brilliant
Yeah,
idea,
all right,
though,
then I
yeah.
won't. I don't waste the detect thought spell slot then. All right. Well, then you watch a very awkward couple moment exchange as James speaks abyssal to this thing and just goes never, just drops it. Never mind. Never mind.
Oh.
I mean, it was a disturbing sight to see this half exploded, this beetle, like the carapace of this beetle with its jars that like ambles back to life, you know, for a second and just kind of sits there listening to
disturbing.
James speaking the most guttural, almost disturbing series of sounds out of his mouth. By the way, coming out of this angelic moppy head musician boy, you know,
What a visual.
yeah, but then nothing happens and it collapses again in a heap.
Right.
Fascinating.
We'll have to do it again so Jeff can do his demon voice for us at some point.
They couldn't be coming after us, could they? We just got here.
I don't know how they would know.
Were they looking for something? Did I make that up? Did I imagine that in the time that I went unconscious?
don't know.
My students surmised that may be the case, but as we have no actual data to back that up.
They
Of course,
Oh.
a coordinated attack on multiple fronts certainly leads one to believe that there may be a plan which defies logic with these types of beings.
It could just be to wreak havoc, you know, distraction, or just to
Yes, perhaps they just wanted to destroy and
Sow
figure
chaos.
out that there were multiple ways in. But to do it at the same time seems oddly coordinated.
Torvald's not here, is he?
He is.
Oh, Torvald, do you still have the chip that I gave you?
The chip.
Yeah, the ceramic thing that
Yes,
glows.
of course.
I just want to see if it glows near this thing.
And he holds it near the corpse, and it does. This strange blue aura emits from it.
See, that's what I was telling you about.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Means it's probably one of the demons that was released when the Urn of Invention exploded, because that's what that shard is. It's a piece of the urn. Torvald, Fesh, I mean, is there something here in Terlis that they would want?
Well, there is much in Terlis, quite a large, sophisticated city. Perhaps they just want to destroy. And there are many, many people to destroy here. I don't know. But of course there's Nightstone itself, which is, as you've seen, a target before. There is... it boggles the mind. I don't know.
The vault.
Oh,
Maybe they want what's in the vault.
that's right. That's what it is.
I'm sorry. I'm not following.
Well, who else would know what's in the vault?
Well, you're gonna have to sit down for a second because you're not gonna believe what we're about to tell you.
It's gonna take a while. No.
To put it short, we met a time dragon and we went back in time and did something.
So who else?
This is the Chrono Dragon we spoke of before,
Yes.
Hermo.
What is in the vault is the treasure of the Shazam Gao that were being held by the Tritons and Kingdom 20 years ago.
And do we think that Calcutta could know about this? If
Calcutta is not controlling these demons, at least not that we know of.
We know who knows.
Us.
Correct.
And no one else, because both Whitebeard and Loudmouth are dead.
What was...
Yes, you're right. No one living knows.
Well, maybe we should go get that treasure now.
Yeah.
As soon as Civ gets back. That feels like a priority.
What was this treasure? Is it just mere Gold?
Gold, money, yes, certainly lots of it, but also there was a sword that seemed to be of the same make or a similar make of the amulet, but also there were timepieces. This is something else I wanted to talk to you about, because this probably connects to the Queen of the Shahs and Gao, is that there were magic timepieces. There were clocks and hourglasses that seemed to run backwards and forwards. There was a distinct feel of a theme of time in the magic items. I don't know, but it's again, if the Shahs and Gao are connected to the Chrono Dragons, if they're descended from the Chrono Dragons, and this was their treasure, it makes sense. It starts to connect in ways that I don't totally understand yet, but it's all kind of too similar to be a coincidence.
You're saying this is here in Terlis now?
It has been for quite some time. Yeah.
You think?
What is the current status of the bank?
Yes.
Any idea?
The Bank of Terlis?
Yes.
To my understanding, it is still functioning properly as intended. There has been no news of any kind of disturbance at the bank.
Do you think we, as a merry bunch of musicians for another hour or so, would be able to get into the bank without much suspicion?
Well, I don't know. I suppose.
Could you... This is a very strange idea, Lily. Do you have the ability to do another seeming spell today?
Well, I think so. Let me double check.
We have a problem with that, though.
What's that?
We don't have a sieve right now.
Yeah, we can wait once we're back together. But what I'm thinking is
another big problem I just want to interject here is that the vault, of all places, if there's a moratorium on magic, they're going to detect us instantly.
Possible, but what I was thinking is we could walk in there as the 5 people that we walked in 20 years ago, as the sellswords.
We would have to be aged 20 years.
Yes.
Are we getting real tattoos then?
No, but if Lily has a seeming spell that could take care of it.
I just, as soon as I don't feel good about, I mean, we could try, but the repercussions of...
Would you rather walk in as people wanted for murder?
Well, we could certainly do the old school way of doing a disguise and just dye our hair, wear a wig, get tattoos.
There's no reason that those 5 sellswords shouldn't be able to walk into the bank, say, "Hello, we'd like to make a withdrawal, please."
I
and
think
take
the
our money
issue
and
is
leave.
more what Fahima is saying, if I understand, is the fact that we have a spell cast on us.
It's true.
Not the people themselves.
That's true.
Hermo, is it not true that if there is a moratorium on magic, and the only exception in all of the city is Nightstone Abbey,
Yeah.
would not the moratorium apply to the Bank of Terlis as well? I suppose that's true. I hadn't really thought of it.
So they won't be able to detect our magic?
Why? Why is that?
Because they don't have magic to detect it.
It takes magic to detect magic.
Right.
And the Nightstone wizards were the ones that had been assisting Samuels, chief regent, in detecting magic. None of our, and to my knowledge, no one here has been conscripted into assisting at the bank. It's likely that they are unable to use magic themselves, and as an institution that is very much tied to the well-being of the city, they would be very disinclined to run afoul of the law.
Right.
Excellent.
Much better heist situation.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, it's not really a heist. It's just bank business.
Right. Well, isn't that really that's what bank business is? It's
The
a legal
best,
heist.
The best kind of heist. Just walk in and say please,
your
and they
thing.
hand it to you.
I'm sorry, but what credentials do we have exactly to be able to get into the vault?
This is about the time that Civ arrives back
camera?
with Nance. The door opens and Nance walks in and she says, I've got your 5th.
Excellent. Civ.
Thank you. You're right, Civ.
What's wrong with you?
I just
You
dropped the
drunk?
empty bottle on the ground.
You're drunk?
Oh.
I
Okay.
think
Did you
I
drink
need-
that whole bottle by yourself?
I think I need a moment.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere tonight.
Well, why did you get so drunk, Siv? What's going on?
Actually, I'm only half drunk. But
why did you get half drunk?
I felt the need to kill the rising anger inside of me. And this is the only way I know how to do it.
Well, what was the rising anger directed towards?
I reach into the bag and pull out one of the heads.
Oh my. And now I have more than one corpse in my office.
This is what remains of the beloved shanty town. And most of the people in the city don't seem to know or even care. And I put the head back in the bag. As I said, I think I need a moment.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can help, other than leaving you alone?
I'd like to stick a very long, sharp dagger in the back of a Miss Purser Samuels. Would you like to help me with that?
I think the best way to avenge these people is if we get as far as we can in this city without being noticed, and if we act with great care. Otherwise, we are going to just get ourselves killed as well, which does not do anything for them.
I agree with Lily. Siv, I see exactly where you're coming from, and Purser Samuels needs to be addressed, but going to war with the authorities in Terlis.
Do you find it odd that she's the common denominator in all of this?
I do.
I look over at Ugo. Don't you
don't
find
find
it
it odd
odd that a Mr. Audric Lucerne was killed in the exact way that you said?
I said I assumed that was Vic.
I don't think Vic did this.
Well, I don't think Vic did this, but I do think Vic was following orders and probably did what I'm talking about.
But I see what you mean.
I doubt it.
And this
Really?
That's not her style.
To listen to her superiors?
To rip someone's arm off and beat them to death with it? No.
So there are other than thief groups that live here in Terlis.
Oh, I'm sure there's quite a criminal underground here in Terlis.
So what's your guess then at what Pursa is in the middle of? What intentions?
Frankly, I don't care. I don't give a damn about this city. I hope it burns to the ground.
Well, I think the more we can learn about her, the better prepared we will be when we talk to her. I'd rather get information from her than just killing her outright.
And there needs to be some reckoning, absolutely. There needs to be some healing done for certain.
There's innocent people that live in this city too, so if this city burns to the ground, we're no better than the people that burnt down Shantytown.
We won't be doing that.
I can tell you, Siv, that not everyone that lives within these walls shares the...
Did you speak up? Did you say anything? Did you do anything at all when you knew they were being slaughtered by the demons? Did you do anything?
We tried to offer our assistance.
Right, but if you cast one of your spells, you get thrown in jail. You know, it's a very wise tactic. I'm surprised they haven't done that in Olsvart yet, to make out a law that allows you or doesn't allow you to do the things that you do, and if you actually do them, then you go to jail. It's very, very smart. And then you can't help anyone. The people in power can just do what they want, and no one says anything. No one even tries to stop them. I need a moment alone. And I walk out.
He's right.
And I take out another bottle of blood wine and I immediately start drinking it.
He is right, but that's not the approach.
I'm not saying that his approach is the correct way.
I know.
I want to follow Siv out.
Okay.
Ema, leave him alone! Ugh.
Bhima, you see Civ in the hallway drinking.
I know you want to be left alone, but can I just talk to you for a moment?
Only if you drink with me.
Right? She snatches the bottle from him and takes a slug.
I don't like to drink alone, contrary to popular belief.
What is it about drinking this that helps you?
It numbs the pain.
Because you can't think?
Because feeling is a sign of weakness. And when you're weak, you don't survive very long.
What is your ideal of how you want to feel all the time? Happiness, peace, content, right?
Frankly, I don't know anymore. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to do about any of this. If I had answers, I would put them forth and I would push for them.
I understand wanting to dull the pain, to numb it, but in order to feel happiness and peace, you have to feel vulnerable. You have to feel the sadness and the pain. You have to deal with it.
I definitely feel it. But I don't want it to consume me.
Okay.
And right now, all I feel is wave after wave of guilt.
What's in this bottle can become addicting. It can make you make bad decisions, makes you sloppy. You can get yourself killed if you get too dependent on it. Either by drinking it too much or by losing your senses or your balance.
What about the book? Is that not an addiction? Your obsession with blood? Your obsession with the Ashen Mage, Calcutta Theed? Do you think for a second I don't go through the bag of holding and take an inventory? For a second. I know you took that book, and I said nothing. That's your addiction.
I'm happy to talk about that. But I would like to talk about you right now. Because this moment is about you. And getting you the help that you need.
They're all dead, you know. No one's going to bury them. They're going to just rot. The birds will eat their eyeballs first, and then the maggots show up. Do you know what the stench is like? It gets under your skin. You cannot wash it off.
I've never dealt with anything like that before. I've only encountered death with you all, so I'm sorry that I can't quite relate to the pain that you're feeling. But I would like to be a friend to you, and I would like to be there for you to talk about things and perhaps in time find things that could help you ease the pain that don't involve drinking something that could impair your judgment when it matters. I want to help you heal. And I truly believe I'm no healer myself, but I truly believe that just numbing the pain, tamping it down, it's only going to elongate your pain. I really can't do anything for you other than be here for you and to listen. I'm sorry that I don't have other solutions for you, but just know that I care about you. I care what happens to you, and I want you to be at peace. How can I help you? If it's to leave you alone right now, I'll do it.
I want to bury them. I want at least a few of them to be properly buried.
Okay.
And I don't know where to go. Frankly, I don't like this city very much. It reminds me of my home.
Do you think it might be possible to organize something? Organize others that have lost those in Shantytown? Help us find
I
a
don't think
plot?
the people here care. They didn't even know, Fahima. They didn't even know the North Wall fell. I talked to some of them on the way here.
Perhaps there are other survivors.
Yes, the smart ones. Like me, the survivors. They're probably hiding, stealing, eating scraps of food. They probably are out living with the goblins.
So it sounds like we could either find the bodies, do the burial ourselves. Perhaps, alternatively, we could do some kind of memorial. Because you're never going to recover all of the bodies. What we can do is call upon the gods, or whatever you believe in.
I don't know if I believe in anything anymore.
Well, you believe in paying respect to a body once it's passed? Why is that?
Because they're poor. No one cares about the poor. Because they don't have any power. They are weak and expendable.
If you were one of those that were lost in Shantytown, what do you think you would want us to do?
I left. I ran away from all of this. I try not to think about it. I try so hard not to think about it. I would want to bury them. I would want
You would want to be buried?
something. It is not right. They will come back. They will come back to haunt them. This place will become cursed, just like Osfaj.
What is something that everyone in Shantytown desired? Something that they all valued, I should say.
They all liked magic. That is why they were there. If you lived here, you would have been in Shantytown. You probably would have survived because you are smart. Grell, he would be food for the demons.
Hmm.
Do you remember the tabaxi? Do you remember the scratching posts?
Yes?
Those were my people. They're gone.
Do you think lifting the morium, what's the word?
Moratorium.
Moratorium on magic would honor their memory? Since that was something that they valued most, that's been taken, and effectively the cause of why no one can fight back?
Perhaps the ones that survived.
That feels
At least
like
they wouldn't
something-
have to hide in the shadows.
That feels like something that we could do. Or at least get to the bottom of why it's happening, because I think you're right. I think we all think you're right.
Nothing is going to happen to Parsa. She is just like an oligarch. She will get to continue to be in charge.
What makes her different from
She
the
is rich.
cheesemonger?
She is powerful. She has soldiers at her command. It would take an army to get to her.
Well, that's where your talents come in. Strategy. We're not going to take her down if it comes to it. If we find out that she is a person we need to take down, we're not going to be doing it with force, like you said. Perhaps we need to topple the king before we can get to the queen.
I will help you because you are my friend.
Help me what?
Free the city of its stupidity. But if you think for a second that I care about these people, they are no different. They are the same as the High Strana. The poor people are dead and they are suffering. The rich live on.
You have every right to think that, especially
Prove
given what
me
you've
wrong.
gone through, but
Prove me wrong.
you must know that they all look at the people of Shantytown like that. Everybody looked at you like that, the Low Strana. You're not all the same. You're just not. No one is. And this is about more than just saving the city. This is about releasing the grip of power on these people, of preventing something like this from happening again.
I don't know if we have that much time.
We probably don't. But we can at least leave a fingerprint.
I'm going to go find a place to bury these bodies.
Would
You
you
may
like
come
our
if
help?
you wish. You may come if you wish.
I think the rest of your friends would like to come as well, if it's something that's going to...
It is fine. They have better things to do. I'm gonna start walking down the hallway.
While this conversation happened in the hallway, you did see Nance leave the room and head in the opposite direction.
We're all
So-
just sitting quietly in the other room looking at each other.
Just waiting.
Fesh says,
We should have done more. It is clear we should have done more. I am a scholar.
We say that to ourselves all the time.
a
How does
teacher.
she have power? Is she elected? Did she say, "Ta-da! I am now this thing"?
She was elected
By whom?
chief regent by the people of Terlis. She has served a long time, and I know that her motivation is to keep this city safe, but much has been done in the name of security. That is perhaps
I
wrong.
know this might seem like a crazy obvious question, or silly question rather, but is there any chance that she would lift temporarily at least the moratorium on magic, if it would mean helping kill these demons that are
I
going
would
to
hope so.
kill her city?
What if
We
she...
have made that case. We have tried to tell her that our magic would be of assistance.
And what has she said?
So far it has. Her position is that magic is the reason for the demons.
But
but
clearly, if
perhaps
it's
you
not
could
being
make it-
used, and they're coming anyway.
Well, it is not being used here, but they are not coming from here. They are coming to here.
What if she
Right.
had the person that caused the crime that started all this in the first place?
I cannot predict how she would react.
I mean, I'm not. Look, I'll look at everyone. I'm not looking to get myself locked up for years and years. We have too many things to do. But Thad Yelmings, I did not mean to kill him, but he was not a good person. There is a certain level of truth to be learned that maybe can hopefully shed some light and some reason on this insanity.
What are you saying, James?
I'm
You want to
saying
turn yourself in hopes that she'll lift the moratorium?
if maybe it could help.
I mean, we can. It feels like before that, it seems to just ask her, reason with her, meet
Yeah.
with her.
No, I know. There is have an idea for a dream spell that I think could answer a lot of questions.
Do we not think we could just meet with her in person?
That seems a lot more risky, doesn't it? She doesn't know. She doesn't know we're here at all.
I like where this is going because it's very truthful, and I think that's where we should be going. But I have two things. One, there's a soothsayer nearby, I assume.
We don't know where she is. Griselda.
Right.
Griselda.
But you can talk to her.
Yes, I can.
Okay, we should do that for sure.
Yes, but okay. Why is that? How does that connect to this, though?
Well, we don't really know what's going on, right?
True.
This is our problem.
Okay.
Typically.
I see what you mean. To gather more information, we should...
And then make a decision.
Are those the two things?
No, the second one was, the bank is like right over there.
I do think that is our first priority. I think going to the bank and getting the treasure.
And I just thought of a third one.
It is. Okay.
Where are Fahima and Civ?
Well, I think Civ validly is having a very hard time with the fact that nothing has been done about, I'm assuming, the people that have all died and are in the streets.
I understand.
Me too.
And it is very hard. But...
I'll lean out the door.
Well, as you were talking, the beginning of this, Fesh seemed to have sent Nance out the door.
Okay.
And after Civ and Fahima had walked down the hall, presumably to go either bury the bodies or whatever you guys plan to do, there is another knock on the door right as you guys are finishing this conversation, and it opens, and it is Nance, and she has someone with her. And you walk in, and it looks like a student in a robe, and Fesh says, "I know I should have done more, and one is not enough, but I believe you know Grell." He says, hello, I've been... I enrolled here, shortly after meeting all of you.
Lily will just go up and give him a big hug.
It's good to see you.
So happy you're okay.
Jared beat me to the punch on calling back Grell.
I rewatched that whole episode.
It was gonna be
I
my
wanted
big
to know
reveal.
people's names.
And he's like,
I
"He
wanted to
said
know
it
exactly
already."
what happened.
He said it
Rewatched
already.
the whole
Oh,
thing.
Grell.
Grell
wanted
with the
to know
perfect aim of
Shantytown.
magic missile.
Grell, you dumb boy. No, I'm kidding. I don't say... James does not say that.
And the only one not excited to see him is Meep.
Yeah, me gives him the side eye.
He's been studying at the Abbey ever since you left and has made great strides as a student. I wish I could have expressed this to Civ, and I know one is not enough, but at least there is one.
Yes.
That's a start. Grell, do you know where Griselda is? We left her with you, did we not?
Yes, she left the shantytown rather abruptly, shortly before I enrolled at the Abbey, and
She left Terlis, or left Shantytown to go into Terlis?
oh, she would not go into Terlis, no, not with the Moratorium, but she left, for parts unknown. She said it was rather urgent that she go. She tried to bring a number of people with her, people that I knew in Shantytown.
Wait, how long ago was this?
Oh, a week or so, too.
Before the explosion?
Yes, I mean, no, it's been right after you left. It's months ago, since I've been studying here.
And she took as many people from Shantytown as she could and left?
She took a number of them, and many didn't want to leave.
You say where she was going?
I bet she knew.
No. There were only 5 or 6 that joined her, but...
She knew they wouldn't be safe.
I don't know.
Connection to her sisters?
Right. Did she ever mention her sisters, Grell?
Of course, she mentioned her sisters to you in my presence, I believe.
No, yes, I guess further mention of them. We don't know their names, but we know one. We're mildly familiar with another one.
I believe it's Griselda, Esmeralda, and Zelda.
Griselda, Esmeralda, and Zelda.
Great names.
Excellent names. Well, Grell, it's so good to see you. I'm glad you're well.
Thank you. I owe it all to you, of course. One errant magic missile, and here I am.
Indeed.
He looks... you look quite different than I remember, but Nance assured me it's all you.
Yes, it's definitely us.
Yes.
Okay.
Which one of you is the, orc?
That would be me.
I appreciate everything you said to me, and... Anyway, thank you all.
Did it help you?
I'm here.
That didn't answer my question.
It helped me.
I'm sorry if I was rough.
I understand.
You're not the only one who has learned magic since then.
Oh. Well, be careful around here. Stay within the Abbey walls.
As you have listened to me, I will listen to you.
We
All
should
right.
go.
I think we need to make a plan before we go anywhere.
Lily, can you do a seeming spell today? Or
Well, I think I can, but I think we need to all be on the same page before we do anything, because that doesn't seem like we are necessarily.
I agree.
Fahima, Civ, are you back?
No, I didn't see them out in the hallway at all.
No,
Jeff.
they've walked down the hallway. Also, I want to say we got a gold potato from David Jen Pro. Thank you, David Jen Pro.
David
Bill.
Thank
The
you
best,
so
I
much.
appreciate
I'm gonna
that.
stick my head out the door. Can I see them down the long hallway?
I don't know. Can she see you? You've
I mean,
walked. to go.
I would have gone somewhere to bury the bodies.
Fahima's following Civ, but she will send Meep back to the group. Meep, will you please let everyone know what we're doing?
So if you poke your head out the window, or the door, Lily, you would see fiery Meep
Okay.
patiently waiting at the door.
Do I understand what that means?
I mean, she kind of the best she can do is sort of say Meep and point her little beak
All
down
right.
the hallway.
Well, she can communicate, or is it just me that she can communicate
you.
symbols and images of? I
Just
thought she
you.
did that with Uggo at one point.
She did
Right?
do that with Uggo when we were
I thought
hunting.
it was.
Oh yeah, she can. With any creature within 100 feet that can
Oh, I
understand
thought
the
it was
language.
just her familiar. She could. Okay, then she.
Awaken mind allows you to speak to anything that understands any language. So I mean,
Simple ideas, emotions, and images.
Okay,
So-
so then, Lily, you certainly could get a vague sense of figures moving down the hallway out of sight.
Okay. All right. It seems as our team has moved this way, and I feel like we should follow so we can, in fact, get on the same page. Fesh, we'll be back.
Please
Torvald,
be careful.
We have the earring. Yes, Lily,
Yes.
you still have the earring. Torvald, you have your
Yes.
earring. We'll
We
talk
will
soon.
send you a message, or Torvald, I'll send you an earring. Is a hot earring. Once we figure out what our plan is, just so you know where we are.
What do you think the best lead would be for us to work on here in your absence?
Well, I guess it seems as though I think we need to go to the vault and see what's in there, because there might be stuff that could help us ultimately help the city more. But then I do think that trying to get and reason with she, who shall not be named, who's in charge of the city, to lift the moratorium of magic is really our best chance at helping save this place from those demons. They are not messing around, and
If you
it
can make
seems like
that
more
case,
coming.
if you can make that case in an effective way, I think it would do good for this city. Certainly,
Yes.
all of us here at the Abbey are stand ready to assist with magic.
And please keep looking into possibly what the demons could want, possibly with the Shazengao treasure connection to the Chrono Dragons, and tie it into your research on the Shazengao Queen, and we'll talk more about this later, all right? I have some ideas myself.
Will do.
Jeff, was that long enough for a short rest?
I was going to ask the same question.
I will say so, yes. I mean, I think that is fair, yes.
Good. Now roll some hit dice, excuse me.
As Fahim and Civ are walking, I'd like to say a couple more things as we're headed out to wherever Civ you want to take us.
Is there catacombs in this building? And if not, is there any kind of like outdoor area, even if it's just like a courtyard that's
definitely a courtyard on in the Abbey grounds, yes.
Great. Then I'm gonna try to find a place that's got soft enough dirt for me to dig.
Okay. You can find some trees and soil that is in a courtyard. Interestingly, well, no, you're still within the Abbey grounds. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to take out Groligo's axe and use it as a shovel. So I'll pickaxe the ground and then start digging.
Fahim will conjure a shovel for herself.
Okay. So the two of you start digging in the open soil. There are a number of students that walk by and kind of look at you as they go, but no one says anything and it's sort of ignored mostly.
I dare them to say something.
She wipes her brow. She's shoveling. You're not wrong about the book. I don't know that I can really classify it as an addiction, but it does feel like something that I think about all the time. I can't help it. I think about her every day.
I know.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you, and I'm sorry that I snuck it out of the bag of holding, but...
If I didn't trust you, I would have taken it back by now. You are my friend. You have saved my life numerous times.
I'm gonna stop for a second and put a hand on her shoulder and pull out a healing potion. You still look like crap. If you're going to help me dig, you should probably drink this.
Yeah, thank you. You saw the bum arm and the limp. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Why do you always risk yourself like that? Why do you always put yourself on the front line? You're not Uggo.
Well, I have my conjurations.
Yes, but why don't you let them fight for you? Why do you feel the need to bleed?
Do you remember what Lily saw of my dad?
I only remember a little bit about your dad.
He's a wizard. She saw him fighting with a sword. I think it's just in my blood. I don't have, I think, the same level of self-preservation as others. I sort of feel a bit invincible. Plus it's fun. And so far, so good, right?
Yes, you have been very lucky.
I don't think I've had to be raised from the dead yet. So, especially in that case, the demon that was behind the wall, no one was getting that close. I was the only one, and that was the one that was controlling all of them.
I know. I am the one that told everyone to run. I know. You are very brave. You are very brave. And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But I cannot protect you all the time.
I understand.
And I don't want to see you die.
I won't.
Just be careful, please.
Well, part of why I have this book is to understand the Ashen Mage more, to understand her spells, how she thinks. I could do some further research into how she's creating these recursive spells. I was going to tell someone, probably James, about it. I almost did the other day, but I didn't want to. I wasn't quite ready yet. It's a whole thing, Uggo constantly saying she could kill us all.
I don't think you are going to kill us. If anything, I think you are going to be the one that saves us.
If I don't kill myself first.
Yes, exactly. That is why I want you to be careful. Because we need you.
I don't really know what to do about thinking about the Ashen Mage every day. about what she might be doing, what the spell she might be creating, who she's conferring with. Is she looking at me right now? Is she trying to find me? I mean, I have the non-detection spell that I cast every day, but it only lasts 8 hours. And sometimes there are gaps.
Sid gets very close to you. She is very, very evil. She is the reason why the person that I love is dead. I'm going to kill her.
And I gave you the dagger to do so.
I know. And I'm going to need your help. So I need you to help me find her and kill her.
I will. Do you understand that I can feel both of these things at once?
Yes, I know. She is very seductive. Power is very seductive.
As is knowledge. She has a lot of.
As we walk. So I think if we take this a step-by-step way, if we could find... There are ways to discover who killed Audric Lucerne. There are ways to solve that crime, and then there are ways to possibly reason, hopefully, with Persa Samuels in order to, break down the walls, so to speak, that why she declared the moratorium in the first place.
I think it's the thing we must remember in all of this is the time's of the essence.
Yes, agreed.
And our priorities must be very straight, because a lot of people's lives depend on it.
Yes. No, there's too much at stake to be reckless.
And there's a million
about
things
this.
we could do, but it feels like it's the time more than any for us to be on the same page.
I agree. Meep?
James,
Yeah?
I just had a thought.
Okay.
It couldn't be possible that these demons are run by,
Could be. Definitely could be.
I did not expect that answer.
No, I don't think it's so, but I don't trust them. I did ask Shothragat about the demons at one point, and I believe its answer was kill them. I asked, what I could do to stop them, and they said whatever I want. So I think.
Did you understand what I was trying to say? That we know someone who knows.
We know someone who knows what.
When we were back in the office with Hermofesh, and we were I was trying to talk in code about who might send things here because they know that we're here.
The old ones.
Yes.
Yeah, could be.
Just was the thing I was trying to tell you.
I wouldn't
without telling you, because I don't want your dad to know that you're half demon.
I wouldn't. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you keeping that discreet for now. It's possible. I think they're a bit more of a wild occurrence. Hopefully they can be stopped, but I don't get the sense from my earlier conversations with Shothragat that the old ones are unleashing these onto us. I think it's more something they're not doing anything to stop. Even if they can. I don't know, but as I said, I don't trust them at all, so... Do we see anybody by now?
Yeah, as you make your way, following me, you make your way out to the courtyard. It takes a little bit of looking around, but you eventually see two figures digging in the soil underneath a tree.
It's a good tree. It's a good spot.
Are we taking it with us?
No.
Oh.
Are you digging like 4 separate holes, or what are you guys digging?
Just one big hole. Don't have the time to dig 4.
Who's this for?
For the shantytown people. I'm gonna take another swig of blood wine and set it off to the side.
Do you want some help?
Yes, from you, of course.
I would love to take a wee break.
Oh yeah, give me a
Leave
shovel.
Please.
Okay,
please
take
a break.
You're
Sorry,
doing this all wrong. That's
it's a
not
bit
how you
small.
do this. Oh, jeez.
How many are there in the bag, Civ? How many holes?
There are about 4,
Okay.
give or take.
Gonna be a big hole.
I'll cast
Oh.
I'll cast telekinesis and start moving dirt.
I'll go.
Yeah,
You have the belt that I gave you.
Oh yeah.
You could do that in like 2 seconds.
Wait a minute.
I have no idea how this works though.
It's a
Just
good
sort of-
opportunity to try.
Think about what you want to do and it'll happen.
Is it okay? Jeff, Argo thinks about wanting to make a big hole in the earth.
Okay. And you see the soil start to rumble. There's already a divot where they've made some headway in digging the hole, but the exposed soil starts to vibrate and rumble and move, and you see it start to actually reconstitute of its own accord, moving and shifting, and the hole deepens as the excess soil moves up and out. It's quite dramatic as it shifts and moves all around, kind of forming the exact image of a hole that you had in your head. It takes a second,
Right.
but before long, there's a fairly deep hole right there where they had been digging.
Jeff, Argo picks up a big old clump of dirt that's left over, and he thinks about turning it into a rock.
Okay. And the soil forms into the shape of a rock in your mind. But it did not turn into a rock. It just
Right,
turned
it
into
just formed into a shape of
rock.
it.
Yes.
Old Earth.
Argo, assuming it's still dirt,
Yeah.
just crushes it. And
Yeah.
okay, well that's useful.
So can you is the idea that you can only move earth, like this, like stones themselves only move because they're moving with the dirt? You couldn't move stones, or could you move stones?
You seem to be able to move stones as well, but you're
But
not
I
able
cannot
to turn
transmute
one.
mud into rock.
Correct.
Could
Yes.
you do sort of a couple of headstones, or Civ? What do you think? What would you like?
Sure, if you want to put a marker here, sure. I think that is nice.
And
Okay.
a couple of boulders.
Sure.
Lily,
Something so that somebody doesn't come along and
Yes.
you're good at
Trash it.
sniffing flowers. Perhaps you could find some.
Flowers? Sure.
Jeff, looking for boulders. Rocks about this big is probably good.
Yeah, you can find them about. Yeah.
Now, when I do find a rock, I imagine the rock in the shape of a candle.
The rock starts to break off and crack in shape and break and reform into the shape of a candle.
Yeah.
I have a headstone now.
It didn't. No, I just want to be clear. It didn't. It didn't like morph into a candle.
Sure.
It was like somebody whittled it into it. You know what I mean? It literally broke off the excess bits.
Yeah.
So the
Super cool still.
yeah.
It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to
it
be
was
kind of
it
like
was
that.
chiseled and so excess.
be picky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'm just saying. I want you to be clear that the
Absolutely.
the sum of the mass didn't change.
Right.
Yeah.
You might not want to exclaim so loudly as we are still trying to be a bit subtle over here with the magic.
We're in the
We're in the
Abbey, though.
We're in the Abbey.
This
There's
is
a
where we-
moratorium here?
No.
Yeah, we can
practice here?
magic. Yes.
No.
Okay.
Civ,
I'm so confused on where we can practice magic and not.
just
Civ,
here.
I was practicing and I assumed, but would you prefer an Ankh
what do you mean?
for the headstones? The
Uh,
custodian.
sure. Yes, that would be nice.
Okay. Yeah, and then the rest of the rocks I turn into Ankhs.
Okay.
What is an ankh?
Looks
It was the
like
symbol
the prince.
that-
The prince symbol. It's like a cross.
It
with
is
a
like
loop
the
on
Prince
top.
symbol. Not a coincidence.
Oh, a
Um,
sconce?
Am I saying it? Am I saying it right?
It's like
Is
a,
it Ankh?
Ankh?
it's like a cross with a
Yeah.
kind of a loop at the top.
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
The prince symbol is a little bit different, but
prince-
it looks like
yeah.
an ankh with some stuff added to it.
Yeah, that's
That is the correct term, though, right?
Can you
Ankh?
make it purple also?
It was the same symbol. It was the symbol that you saw around the neck of Donda Corrigana, and it was the symbol that Chalmers had as well.
Right.
It'd take a cross, remove the top beam, and make it a loop.
Correct.
Right.
Now, to be clear, that is not the symbol of the custodian, which is a wheel. But it is the symbol that Chalmers was wearing, even though he was working in a temple to the custodian.
Right.
So
that's Ugo's assumptions. Yes.
I just want to be clear. Okay. So these headstones are constituted, and you have stones in those forms in front of you.
I'll very carefully take out the body parts or what's left of the bodies and try to kind of lay them in a line almost, or in a couple of lines, so that it's not just like a pile.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to take out some of my disguise clothes, so that it's almost like I'm covering the bodies with clothing, like I would be dressing, a corpse, so that they look nice.
Okay.
I'm obviously not going to like take the time to put makeup on them and all that, but almost
I
like
could help you clean with the prestidigitation if you want.
I nod. Sure.
Smell a little nicer.
I just don't want it to be like a pile of gross dead bodies. I'm trying to make it look as nice as possible.
Yeah. And you accomplish that with the help of the prestidigitation spell. It is a neat and orderly, respectful presentation in the bottom of this hole.
And then I'm just gonna stand on the rim of the hole and take out something that I wrote. I don't know when I had time to do this, but I did. The Shantytown 4. Heart squeezed in a vice, unlucky roll of the dice, bodies like grains of rice, government frozen in ice, hatred spreads like beggar lice, love is at best imprecise. Caring has an asking price. Bingo is the only paradise. The poor are all sacrificed, powerful rich folk entice, but let me be concise, they all deserve a sharp slice. Once, twice, thrice is my advice. Perhaps I'm wrong, and should be. And then I'm going to take out the bottle of blood wine and pour it out onto the bodies.
And as Civ was saying those words, holding this paper in his hand, I'd like the rest of you to roll me a perception check. Fahima, you have advantage from That's Wild Man. James, you have advantage from Whisper Joe. Ugo, you have advantage from Dawnbreaker 1991. And Lily, you have advantage from Lily Dumblestep fan.
Natural 20 and a natural 1. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's the first for me.
You said perception?
Yeah.
Not good. 8.
I got another natural 20.
All right.
The last 3 rolls, 20, 1, 20. It's crazy.
I got a
She
21.
just got 20 and 1. And she got a 21. This is weird.
I got an 8. Yeah.
All right. So everybody except James notices just a split second, just for the briefest of moment. You're not even sure it happened, but there is some flicker that crosses Civ's eyes as he speaks those words so intently. Some flash of something, some spark that you've never seen before in him.
Is this magical, or is this just something that's an emotion that's passing behind his eyes?
I don't know if you would even know. It's just some...
Got a natural 20.
Yeah. it is some spark that seemed notable, seemed maybe not even something you're sure you saw. Even with a natural 20, you just picked up an essence of something, that this intensity with which he spoke those words. You've heard him speak beautiful poetry before, but there was something more there, some flash that seemed special.
Interesting.
I have no idea what happened, but Morgan is smart.
And that is where we'll go to intermission.
Oh my gosh, that went fast.
I had a thing, but that's okay. Sorry.
Oh, we can do it. You can do your thing. You want to do your thing?
No. It's totally. It's
You can
fine.
do your thing
We
when
can
you
do
get
it when you get back.
Okay.
We'll do it when you get back.
Sounds good. Okay. That is the first half of our show. Thanks again to the folks that are supporting our charity, which is Color of Change.
Wow.
We got some balloons in that last sequence
Yay.
too. The Cosmic Lord and a jar full of bees with balloons. Thank you. Team Force of Good is at 64%. Team Force of Evil at 36%. Thanks to all the folks that are supporting the show in that manner. All of the proceeds tonight are going to Color of Change. So we are excited about that. And we will be back after a brief intermission. Stick around. See you soon. And we're back. Woo! Thank you for hanging out with us throughout intermission. It's been fun. Again, I must reiterate, it's charity night. Woo! We're doing a special stream tonight. All of the digital items all the proceeds go to Color of Change, our a charity we really believe in and we're happy to support. So
we do have some numbers on that, actually, Jeff.
What numbers? I love numbers.
So all of the wonderful gift subs and bits that are going out, we can't actually tell those numbers right away. But Icon Z1 with the 20 gift subs. Icon Z1's a name we haven't heard since Caffeine. Hey, man, how are you?
Hey,
been a long time. Welcome back. But just through balloons and the powers of the potatoes, we are already at over $1,200 there. So you guys are so
awesome.
Wow,
generous.
that's huge.
It's
And,
really
and that'll be
Thank you
even
so
more when
much.
we can add in the bits and the subs. So thank you so
Baffling.
much, everybody.
Absolutely baffling.
We'll make a full announcement tomorrow or the next day when we can do all the math.
Math.
Yeah, it means a
It'll
lot.
probably
to us to
be
able
me
to
who
do
has
that.
to do the math.
Hell
Do the
yeah.
math. He says like he doesn't
Has
love
to.
it. All right.
In fact, that's going to be the next cooldown, is just Morgan adding up all of the numbers.
That's what it'll
That's
be.
the cooldown.
Stay tuned
Yeah.
on Monday.
Some
Have one of
real
those
time
old, like
math.
calculators that print out the things.
Yeah.
An
The
abacus.
two guests are Morgan and a tablet. All right. Back to our story. Ugo, you had said you wanted to do something as
I think the moment's gone.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
I ruined your
Sorry.
moment.
I no, you didn't. It's a thing I'll put in my pocket for use later.
Great. So this reverent moment is it comes to a close, and you. I'm assuming, Ugo, you would use the belt to sort of fill in.
Yes. I'd fill in the earth and say something to the a wrap up as per typical of these things that Ugo's done. Is, may your way be lit by the truth of the Candle Queen. And,
And so the soil reconstitutes itself, and in your mind you imagine it to flat and smooth again, and it is under this sort of majestic, lazy tree. The only real sign that anything has happened are these beautiful stone headstones, these stone sculptures, really, that you have created using the belt that mark this place with these symbols.
Save, Fahima, you missed Grell. Grell's now a student at Nightstone.
Oh,
He's
good
alive.
for him.
He's alive. Apparently, they brought him into Nightstone a few weeks ago. And Griselda, I think they got him in as a student.
They snuck him in.
Sounds like it. Sounds
Did
like
they sneak others in?
Doesn't. I don't know. It does sound like Griselda got away with several others months back. Maybe
Do you know where?
No, I can cast Ascending, but maybe she had some sort of premonition about what was going to befall them. Grell said she tried to get others to follow her, but only a small number went with her.
I don't think Hermo got more in. He said, one is not enough.
Not enough. We have some
I
work
see.
to do,
Well, thank you for telling me about Grell.
of course. Lily,
Yes.
you were wanting us to make a plan, and I think you're right.
Yes, I think we have a lot of priorities within the city, which are all valid, but in order for us to be most effective, I think we really need to use our time wisely, and in order to save as many people as possible. I feel that, though it may seem like a detour, going to the bank actually may be quite important for us.
I agree.
It'll
And might
definitely
give us information and useful knowledge when we do, if we do, talk to people about being able to use magic again.
Well, not
we
only
did-
that, but it's likely that we're going to shake some people up with talking to them, especially Persis.
Yes.
So going
Yeah.
undetected would be better first.
Yes, it's true, and it's possible. I mean, remember, we didn't get much of a chance to investigate those items before we were whisked away in time, so it's possible that something in there could help us solve some of these problems.
Has anyone considered that that's just going to happen again if we're in the bank?
What?
No, I hadn't thought that. Oh, gosh.
So what's going to happen again?
Like, the vault just is like a time warp?
Oh.
I don't
Are we
think
gonna
we're
do the
just-
time warp again?
Get out.
It's just a jump to
Jump
the left.
to the left. Uggo is a huge Rocky Horror fan.
Yeah, he is.
I see that. That adds up. Okay, so here's what I think we need
You
to do.
don't
I
want to
think-
see him in a corset. Sorry. And go
Or do
Do
you?
you?
Go to the bank. I think your disguise idea is great, James. I think we go to the bank, disguised as the cell swords, get whatever's in the vault, and the plan after that, I do think we need to try and get this moratorium at least temporarily lifted. But I do think we'll need to reconvene after we realize what's in the vault. But the priority should be get that and then get on with our,
I think
Same
also
thing,
clearing.
same.
I think clearing our names that we didn't murder Aldrich Lucerne will help get the moratorium lifted, because maybe then they'll be more willing to listen to us.
I don't know why they want you. It was the one. Supposedly, I was the one who did it.
Yeah, but we're your co-conspirators. And then I'm also guilty for the crime that they don't even know I'm guilty for, lest I remind you.
Uggo,
I don't-
you didn't blink an eye at co-conspirators. Your vocabulary
Put
is...
it together. I'm trying to get better at it.
Wait,
Sometimes you
Uggo?
fake it till you make it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude, but would you define co-conspirators for us?
Someone who also ripped off someone else's arm to beat them to death with it?
Close.
Put it in the book.
All right. I know
Okay.
this, Mom.
So first thing in the morning then, right? For the least suspicious time of day.
Or could we
What
go
time
now?
is it
I mean,
now?
Early afternoon.
What time is it now? Are we digging graves in the middle of the day?
Yeah, you were.
Wow.
It was late in the day. It was, probably around 3 or 4 o'clock. So
Are
yeah,
you supposed
Do
to
a-
dip graves at night? Like,
I
is that
just,
a thing?
I
Perfect
automatically,
tea time opportunity.
I imagined a spooky scene.
Oh, okay. Fair
We're
enough.
digging
It's a
graves.
grave. I
It's
get it.
always at night.
Middle of the day makes it even spookier, kind
I
of.
want like the scene the scene that everybody's seeing, the scene that's in Fahima's head.
It was a much more serene, sort of gentle, lazy tree, sunny kind of moment. It was actually a little more.
Very sweet.
I really was imagining dead of night. So I think I need to
think we
rest a bit because I'm quite bloodied. I do feel a bit better than before, but I can drink the healing potion.
Oh, I have one too if you want it.
Or I could heal you up a little bit.
Oh,
I don't imagine we're going to get in a fight. Oh, famous last
Can I
words.
make
Lily,
a
why did you say it out
Why do you say it
loud?
aloud? There's some here.
Can I
She
make
conjures a bit of wood
recommendation?
Yes. Sir.
Yes.
on it.
You always case the joint before you try to rip it off.
Well, we're not trying to rip it off, right? Aren't we just going to?
Hopefully we don't have to, but yeah.
I'm just saying, if we are going to go in there and pretend who we are going to pretend to be and try to get the treasure, if it goes south, it is always nice to know the layout of the building and the outside and the guards,
Yes.
how often they walk by.
I love this idea. I just feel obligated to point out that I don't believe our disguises are going to last much longer.
Right.
We can hide in the building across the street.
Yes. I'm just saying that we'll need to be very careful.
All right. If we have an hour or two of these disguises, then let's...
Unless we're planning on taking a full rest before we go.
I think we could actually case the joint while we are resting.
Okay.
Oh, there might be a cafe across the street or something.
Oh, case the joint. I thought you said kiss the joint. And I was like, who are we kissing? I don't understand this. But now I understand.
Got it. All right.
Sorry, I slur my words when I am
Okay, just to
1.5
be very
bottles
clear,
deep of blood wine.
is the plan to go look at the bank and then also go to the bank today, or to go look at the bank and then go to the bank first thing in the morning?
I think we should look at the bank, and if the bank seems okay, then maybe we go in. But
Yeah, you know I'm the kind of girl that likes to get everything done at once. So
The
I
alternative
agree
is
with
that we go in the morning.
Proceed with caution. Yeah.
Okay.
I would
well
also suggest that waiting till morning, demons may come.
Yes, I think time is of the essence, and I'm not sure we have it.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to, right now, use my last seeming of the day and make us look like the sellswords. Whether we just end up casing the joint or whether we go to the bank, it's fine.
How are you doing on your arcane energy after that? Because I'm about half depleted.
It's quite low, I'll be honest.
Okay.
What about you, James?
I'm better now that I've had a short rest. Right. Listen. Yeah. Okay. Then let's just behave as if zero fights.
And I repeat, ideally, no combat is going to happen at the bank.
Yes.
Roll initiative. Sorry.
Listen, I went through my notes. I mean, I don't think there was any. There were no keys that Whitebeard had. There was no password or anything along those lines. It was just we were presented as part of the team that brought them this gold. So they should listen to us.
Do we know anyone else in the city who has something in the vault who would know what is required?
I have a weird idea.
What's that?
Okay.
Does everybody know that Whitebeard's dead?
No, probably not.
We could disguise one of us as Whitebeard.
I vote Lily.
Me as Whitebeard?
I think it would be wise to be the sellswords first, and if that doesn't work, then...
Well, I meant like most of us sellswords, and then one of us Whitebeard.
That might be complicating the situation needlessly.
I like it.
Isn't it his treasure, though?
Yes.
Point.
Well, let's
kiss the joint first, and then decide.
Well, we have to decide now, unfortunately.
Because...
Well done. Okay.
Yeah.
Civ is laughing!
Are we holding auditions for Whitebeard? Is that what's happening? Or...
I abstain.
I would like to judge.
I hate to be strict on this, y'all, but we really do have to decide now because I can't unseeming once I seeming.
How much time do we have before this one runs out, Jeff?
It's almost done.
Yeah, it's very close to being done.
Do we have enough time to get to the building across the way from the bank before she decides?
I'll say yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
I think we should go there, yes. And then we decide as soon as we get there what we are going to look like.
For the sake of this, I'm going to say we have 45 minutes.
Great. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so between Civ's street urchin ability and James's recollection of the city, and all of you who've been to the bank, even if it was in a different time and a different body, you arrive. It's much more toward the center of town. It is a upscale area, and you recall the last time you were here, seeing this hustle and bustle around. Of course, it was 22 years ago. Things are a little bit different. There is not as much magic being cast around the area, and zero magic, in fact. But you see this large building. It looks very solidly built, and it is in the center of a very populated area. So you could certainly go into an adjacent building if that's what you wanted to do, to kind of look out and observe it. Or you also recall that when you went back in time, you had gone to a separate entrance, which was not the main entrance of the bank. So that is certainly something you recall as well.
We went in through the VIP entrance in the rear. Right.
So is there a building on the VIP entrance as well that we could hide out in, or is it just the one next to
the VIP entrance is around the back, so that would be sort of around the back of other buildings. It's much more secluded and less trafficked.
Okay. Then my recommendation would be, I'm just going to point at the building that faces the vault building the most.
Right.
So it's the easiest to see kind of the general day-to-day of the building. Mm-hmm. That is where we should hide and watch while we rest.
Okay.
Whether we look like sellswords or something else.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go over to that building and unless it's locked up or something, go inside.
Yeah, no, this is sort of a commerce area, right? So there are little shops and markets. There are also places, eateries, little cafes, as Fahima had mentioned. So the one you mentioned, indicated, is in fact a place where you can sort of mill about and not gather too much attention. There are people sort of drinking and eating and socializing, and so it's rather easy for you as your musical group, young student look, to blend in a bit and kind of hang out and not gather too much unwanted attention.
Start busking on the street.
Are we on the street or are we in the building?
That's up to you. I mean, it's sort of an open air front. Like there's seating outside, and you can go inside as well, and you could look through windows. And it would see the bank.
If we could get inside.
Inside, right? But near a window.
Great,
for sure. Yeah.
So you find yourselves a table that could seat all 5 of you, and that is near enough a window, and you sit down and peer out at the bank, and you see a street that is, has people milling about, moving with purpose, going about their business. If you want to roll me perception checks, you can see if there's any more information.
I'm going to let them do that, Jeff. While they're doing that, I'm going to get up, and the building that we're in, I'm going to try to find a room, even if it's just like a little antechamber or something, someplace where everyone can hide and Lily can cast her seeming spell and change us. Okay. So another room within the building that's not occupied.
Large bathroom, whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. So roll me an investigation check. You have advantage from Agent Cloud. Everybody else, if you want to roll me perceptions, Fahima, you have advantage from 12.
27. Oh, sorry.
Whoa!
You have advantage from 12 rum sips, Fahima. James, you have advantage from the dungeon rum.
Thanks,
There's a theme. Ugo, you have advantage from I Love the Story. Yay. I like that one. Lily, you have advantage from 12 pint sips, but it sounds like you already got a 27.
That's the second.
I'm still going to roll it.
It's the second advantage roll I've rolled tonight that just rolled terribly. It's a 7 total.
Okay. James is preoccupied.
Yeah.
You're in your hometown. You are disguised as something else. James, every time your tongue moves over your teeth, you are reminded of what you are now, or what you are becoming, what you see, the changes that have taken place, the sharp teeth that you feel, probably distracts you a bit, and just feeling self-conscious. Everybody else?
I'll go with his 7. Sees James run his tongue over his teeth. Are they still sharp?
Yeah, they are.
17.
I got a 19 to find a room for us.
Okay, so Civ, you're able to find sort of a closet or a back area, storage area in this building, and you're confident that you can get people into it and out of it without drawing too much attention.
Great.
Lily and Fahima, as you peer out the window, James and Ugo are staring into each other's mouths. Ugo, an expert at sharp, pointy teeth, by the way.
I give him a 6.
Okay.
Lily and
They're just rating each other's teeth.
I hope I don't get an 8. Personally.
That's what these are. That's a full 10 right here.
Talk with it's
you can tusk me. I know what I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, ladies, you stay to the task at hand, and you're staring out the window, watching as it is. There are not very many people going into and out of the bank. It is not something that people have to do frequently, but there are a couple of people that go into and out of it, and it seems to be a relatively normal day, which is odd, right? Because you literally just came from part of the city being overrun by demons, dead guards. This is the north part of the city. You are far from that right now, and everything seems to be going about. The day seems to be going on unaffected. It seems to be a relatively normal day here in the heart of the city, and people are going into and out of the bank, and you are observing the sort of normal commerce of a large metropolitan area.
Okay. So nothing really of No, other than that people are calmer than they.
I mean, if you want to ask me a specific question or something that you were hoping
I mean, can
to
we see from this the special entrance? We can see that.
No, you are observing the front entrance.
So we
of
can't
the
see.
bank
Can
from
we
here.
see where we would go to get to that, or no?
You certainly know where you would go. It's around the back of this very large building, but you don't have.
It's not like an alleyway or anything that we would go down. It's like just all.
Yeah,
the way
it
on the
is
other side.
actually. It is kind of an alleyway that you would go down,
and we
yes.
can't see that.
I mean, you can see sort of the direction you would go, but you can't see the entrance to the building from that alley from here. No.
Are there any vehicles that are pulling up to the bank? Like
no, it's
cash
individuals. No, there's no wagons that pull up. No, it's individuals going into and out of, and it's not a high traffic. There's not a lot of people going into and out of it. But it's just a person here. Wait a few minutes. A person there. Wait a few minutes. And it's tick tock for your disguises, but you spend however long you want to spend. But you see maybe a half a dozen people go in total.
All right.
I found a room we can go hide in, and you can cast your spell.
Great.
Okay, let's go. We don't have much time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it doesn't look like there's anything really to watch out for. It seems pretty average. Everyone seems very calm, shockingly so.
If one of us is Whitebeard, I suppose we can just walk up to the VIP entrance and go like, "Hey, hi, here to get our money."
Whoever is Whitebeard probably shouldn't speak.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. A Whitebeard is well known and probably wanted.
True.
So it might put us in more risk of an actual.
And would he ever come himself?
Yeah,
Well, he
maybe.
did the
maybe
last time we were here.
What about Loudmouth or
Loudmouth got his tongue cut out in the middle of the room.
In the hallway, yeah. But I mean, that certainly
but
would
that
make
doesn't mean
him
he
memorable.
can't be there.
They're not going to forget that face.
And that person literally can't talk then.
I like that idea, actually.
I think Whitebeard puts a lot of heat on us. I love your idea though, and I think it's a good direction to take us to get us just directly in. I'm just wondering if there's less.
Make me look like Loudmouth. If I need to talk to you, I can use Awakened Mind.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the
the
plan
rest
is
of you look like sellswords.
okay. So I'll recreate from best my knowledge that moment in time when we were all sellswords.
Don't
I'll
20
forget
years,
the
but
tattoos.
20 years older. Well,
Yeah. Don't
actually,
forget the tattoos, right?
Oh yes. Oh, I included the tattoos and I include appropriate sagging for age.
well,
I think I would have got a bit of work done. I think you could keep it tight.
I already did it. I'm sorry.
keep it tight. Lily's a gnome, so 20 years to a gnome, who cares? She's going to look completely the same.
Yeah,
I am a
Fahima,
short sellsword.
You look down at the tattoo you got, and the years have not been kind to the tattoo.
Oh no! With tattoos, we love you. Look amazing.
Her wings are like.
Come on, it's 20 years.
Fahima, I am sorry. I might have gone a little
Take
far
good
with
look,
yours.
Jared. I know 20
Lily
years can be-
overly aged.
You look great.
I don't know if you guys watched this show, but it's only been on for 2 years and we look way
Look at
different.
episode 1 and look at now.
Yeah.
Wow.
You look great.
Wow.
We got a potato I have to tell you about.
You can be my Nick Fury anytime.
We got a potato from LZBN Wolf.
Woo!
Thank you, Lisbon Wolf. Or Lesbian Wolf, maybe, perhaps. We also got a yam from Mom of Goblins. Thank you.
Yay, Mom of
Goblins.
Goblins.
Both of those go to our charity tonight. Thank you for that.
Love
we
it.
are at Team Force of Good at 61%. Team Force of Evil at
Hooray.
39%. Thank you for that. Also recall that, you
got
are
this
able
Force of
to
Good.
teleport 30 feet for your Force of Good. So that may
Yeah.
come into handy.
We're about to go into a bank. I have not forgotten.
Yeah, we're holding on to it.
We
Okay,
ready.
so
Okay.
you have transformed into characters 20 years older than, or at least Lily's imagining of what 20 years older for non-gnomes looks like.
Let's just say no one's wearing any sunscreen in this group.
All right. So in this sort of...
I have fur.
Well, not
salt
as a
and pepper.
sellsword.
Now you're a gray kitty.
Okay, so the plan is we're just here where we need access to Whitebeard's vault. Yes?
And yes, all right.
I would like to sober up a little bit before we go in, if that's all right.
Okay.
I'm gonna write a couple
It should only
notes.
take me an hour or so. I might need some food though.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna write a couple notes as Loudmouth, basically, about Whitebeard, here on behalf of the Whitebeard to make a withdrawal.
All right. So you wait an hour as Civ rests, and at that point, all of you are making your way toward the VIP entrance in the back. Is that right?
Yes.
I'll take another short rest. I mean,
Yeah, might as well, right? If Civ's doing it, you all have the opportunity to roll hit dice if you like.
Okay.
She isn't.
oh
Yeah,
okay.
heading to the back.
Okay.
Special back entrance.
Okay.
All right, so you walk down this nondescript alley and head toward what you recall from your time traveling adventure as this sort of secret entrance, and there is a section that isn't a door. It doesn't look like a door. It doesn't look anything like a door. But you recall this was the spot that you were allowed in, and at that time it didn't look like a door either. It is clearly a place that is reserved for people who know what they're doing. And you arrive at this spot at this door that doesn't look like a door. You knock on the door, and after a moment, the door opens, and you see this short humanoid, this human, the same man who you saw 22 years ago. His hair has receded a bit more. It is grayed a lot more. And he has a beard that he didn't used to have. Looks great on him, though.
Oh. I step in front of everyone and I hold up a piece of paper that says, "Here on behalf of Whitebeard."
He looks at you and he looks at the rest of the team, and there is recognition and a bit of shock on his face. And he says, come in. And you step inside this chamber, this long hallway that you remember. Not very long ago for you, but 22 years ago in time. And he leads you down into that room that you recall sitting in, the room where Loudmouth lost his tongue, the room where you saw Whitebeard, and he keeps looking sideways at James as Loudmouth, and he brings you in and he sits you down and he says, "Yes, what may I do for you?"
I will write another note and say, "Making a withdrawal."
Of course. I'm sure you recall, years ago, the client you refer to made a significant point monetarily, and he looks at you, James, as well as, shall we say, physically, to request that none of us mention his name nor speak of the arrangement that we have here to anyone.
Mum's the word.
Yes. Well, in all the times that our client returned here to make a withdrawal, I never again saw your faces. Nevertheless, as you were present at the time of the deposit, I will assume you are designated proxies for our client?
Yeah.
All right.
It's us he who shall not be named sent us.
All right.
I'll write another note. Your discretion has been greatly appreciated.
Yes.
he seems very disturbed by you, Loudmouth / James.
Of course. Right this way.
And he opens the door behind him, and you start walking down this hallway with him. And he's being very gracious and professional, and he's leading you down this hallway, and he says, "We are now entering the most heavily fortified vault system. This subsection was constructed as an inter-realm effort in consultation with the dwarves of Daltothume. Their skill with metals is unmatched. The walls here are reinforced with thick lead. Please, step this way." And as you continue walking, he points to a metal platform with a large crank on it. And he indicates that you should all step onto the platform.
Jeff, does this look familiar?
You have not been past this. You have not been to this point.
Yeah,
I
was
in that antechamber, and he led you out of that room, past that room. You never ever got to this point.
Yeah, I meant more the crank and the thing that he's going to put us on. Is it related to the dwarves in
No. I mean, in the sense that you have seen a crank before, and I think you would recognize it, but it is not as specific.
But the artistry or the cut of it is
no. What you saw in the Fortress of the Former Forges was made of mithril and was far beyond any kind of construction you see.
That's why I was asking, because I knew that you had made a big point that was very important.
This is much more conventional, much more rudimentary, but still sophisticated for the Ein that you know.
Cool.
Okay.
All aboard, boys.
Have we seen any guards?
If you recall, the first time you were here, he indicated there were guards behind all of the doors in that thing. But he is treating you like VIPs. You went into the VIP entrance, and so you have not seen specific guards at all. You are only been interacting.
All right. While everyone is piling on and they're kind of creating a physical shield between me and this guy, I'm dipping one of my blades in poison just in case.
Okay. All right. Once all of you have situated yourselves...
Keep it cool.
Once all of you guys have situated yourselves on the platform, he leans over and he starts cranking. And as soon as he does so, the platform and everyone atop it begins to descend.
Boy.
The winch is quiet and the movement is surprisingly smooth, and you drop down through what looks like a metal tube. As he continues to crank, he's talking to you like clients, like he's bringing you through the tour of the facility, and he says,
"You know, there is a part of me that is quite relieved to be able to finally close this account. You do intend to withdraw all of the items in the vault, yes?"
Yeah.
Good.
We're supposed to take it all.
and he's cranking away at this thing as you're lowering down.
For many years, we used magical protections and concealment to increase the level of security for items herein. It is a measure we afford only our most valued and demanding clients. But with the moratorium in place, we have been forced to remove those precautions. Yes, even we are subject to Pastor Samuel's policies. I have not been entirely comfortable with what that has meant for our own safety and the safety of this facility, but I am pleased that there will be one fewer high security liability on our hands. Let you be the target from now on. No offense.
None taken.
He's cranking away. All right. Here we are. And you arrive at a large, round doorway, sealed behind an iron wheel. And he says, this may look like a simple locking mechanism, but it is something much more complicated. Turning this wheel doesn't just unlock this door, it actually rotates the compartments below all of us. Each is a unique safe deposit box, a subsection of the vault that moves independently of the others in an algorithmic pattern nearly impossible to predict. Dialing up the correct box moves it into place. Otherwise, the passageway will lead to nothing at all. Or worse, he smiles. Traps. Wow. It's traps. That's what it is. There are deadly traps waiting for would-be thieves. Nasty, nasty, nasty stuff. But to honest agents of our client, you have nothing to worry about, I assure you.
That's
Simply
Jeff, the DM, congratulating us for not trying to steal.
Not over yet. Drop. Yeah, not over. Waiting for it to drop.
God.
Simply enter in your password and proceed through the door.
Password.
And you can look at the door, and it's got what looks like almost like an old locker combination dial on it, but instead of numbers, it has letters.
How many?
How many? Yeah.
All of them.
No. Oh, but
How many slots?
No, there isn't slots, right? You know how a locker combination works?
Yeah.
You dial it, you dial
It's
it, you dial it.
So it's just the alphabet.
Yeah.
I lean over and whisper to Lily. Something about feisty Gale.
Gail,
No. Is that
I
his
just
dad?
Whitebeard.
You are welcome to unlock the door at your leisure. I will simply wait here.
No offense, sir, but we don't want you looking.
Oh, of course. The privacy above all else. I shall avert my gaze.
Turn around, if you will. We don't know if you're peeking through your fingers. That's what I do.
I assure you, it is my job to
Turn
maintain-
around.
Of course, as you wish.
I'll awaken mind to everyone.
What the password?
Mervis?
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, it's letters though. There's no numbers.
Exclamation point.
It's letters.
I'll try it. I'll try Mervis really quickly.
Okay. So you dial. Tell me how you spell it.
V-I-S.
Huh? What'd you say?
M-E-R.
I didn't hear the M. I was like, I don't think that's right.
M-E-R-V-I-S.
Yeah.
All right.
Jeff,
So-
before this happens,
Yeah.
do I see any kind of like trapping mechanism in and around the door? Like if there's traps here, let's say, is the room itself trapped, or is it just the chamber when someone puts in the wrong combination? Does that make
It's
sense?
the chamber. So perhaps I need to reiterate what he said, which is that it's not that you're just trying to unlock the door. It is that you're trying to dial in the correct room that will move into place and you will enter it. If you dial in the wrong room, it will still, the door may still open,
right,
but you will
it'll open
enter
to
into a trap room.
Huh?
All right, so you
getting off to the side then.
So as you dial in
That's
each
my
letter,
best guess. That's my best guess.
I mean, we don't know.
Are you having an issue? You're dialing Mervis, right? M-E-R-V-I-S? That's what you said.
M-E-R-V-I-S.
Okay, the dial clicks as you enter in each letter.
Oh my gosh.
And on the last letter, I'm going to sneeze. And so if I'm going to sneeze.
Okay. And then you reach out. Achoo! And then you reach out and you spin the large metal wheel. And you can hear and feel incredible movement beyond the door. Like a huge structure is shifting into place, reconstituting itself on the other side of the wall. You hear a slam and a whir, and the massive vault door pops open a crack. And you see the gentleman who had averted his gaze turns and he goes, I'll just step back over here in the unlikely event that you entered the wrong password.
Where is he stepping?
He just steps all the way back to where the platform
I got
is.
a question. I sneezed a little bit. How sensitive is it?
Oh, I assure you, if you entered the correct password, you should be...
Well, my hand, when I sneeze, it slipped. Well, all right. Well, here goes nothing.
What?
He steps back even further. All right, I need you to tell me.
Oh God.
The order that you are entering.
Oh,
I'm standing right there. I'm opening the door. So.
Okay.
I'll be right behind her.
I'll be behind Uggo.
Okay, Lily, Uggo, James.
Civ is just gone.
Civ's out.
Yeah, I wouldn't let Lily go first. I'm gonna jump into the room before anybody else.
All right.
All right, so I'm last.
What?
All right.
No, Civ.
I have the best shot at avoiding a trap and not dying. So I jump past Lily and I tumble into the room.
All right. You tumble into the room and it is dark, but you have dark vision, so your eyes adapt rather quickly. You see nothing in front of you, a big, empty metal chamber.
Oh, no.
It is musty and drab, and there is a faint, residual, fishy odor.
Fishy.
Roll me a history check, Civ.
Fishy.
Oh.
You have advantage from Spiderfalla.
Thank you.
Fishy like the Tritons.
Spiderfalla, thank you.
Yep.
I just rolled 2 14s and my history is a +0, so 14.
All right. So you try to place this smell, and it reminds you of the smell of the mantle.
Yes!
The
Yes!
kingdom of the Tritons. The throne room of Uchalasvoy and Uchalaswe. And this safe deposit box is more like a room, a huge rectangular storage container. If this room was once full, it is not now. As you continue to move forward, you see something glinting on the floor near the back wall. Roll me a perception check.
Yeah, I'll just walk over to it.
Okay, walk right over to it.
Civ, can we?
Yeah.
Actually, I shouldn't talk.
I'll just walk over to it.
We're all waiting outside the door.
I was right behind him, so I'm in there.
Yeah, you all gotta go in.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're in.
yeah, we're in. We're in.
What you see is two things. The first is a small stack of gold coins.
Okay.
And you look down, Civ, and you see them. And they are strange. They are not the coinage of Latlan, nor the common currency used across all the realms. They are older, rarer, from a time lost to history. They are stamped with the face of a dragon. And if you'd like to go to the map room, you can see what I'm talking about.
Why do we have to go? Oh, look at that!
I don't know if you can show the audience the map room.
Nice.
Oh,
the
dang.
symbol
Nice.
on the coins.
Look at
I'll reach
that.
down and pick one up and flip it.
Yeah, it's heavy, it's thick, it is a coin unlike any that is used today.
Wow.
You see a second thing in this
I was
room.
gonna say, yeah.
A chest. A golden chest. A chest familiar to you. On the front of it is a skull molded out of gold with ruby eyes. Gold wings extend from either side of the skull. And there seems to be something resting atop it.
What's on top?
Well, Meep should be illuminating the room for us.
Yeah, it is. It is this gentle glow of a phoenix illuminating the room as you move in. And on top of the chest, you see something else that is familiar to you. A simple silver key. A key you recognize as the one given to you by Uchalaswe. The key you used to unlock this chest deep within the mantle 22 years ago, right before the floor of the underground cavern began to move and shake, rising you and it and a whole lot of gold to the surface of Kingdon.
I'll take the key and hold it out to Lily. Would you like to have the honors?
Okay.
You sure that's not trapped?
We'll find out, won't we?
I'm not, but I can open it if you'd like, Lily.
I can do it. It's okay. I'll put the key in and unlock the chest.
And as you turn, you hear a click, and that golden skull with the ruby eyes, with the wings coming out of it, pops and hinges back. And inside is a taffeta-lined box of purple and orange. And laying there in the center of that box is a hilt.
Yes.
A hilt of a sword.
I'll reach down and pick it up.
And as you do, Lily, as you grasp it, your heart beats faster. Boom, 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 boom. You remember this sensation, being inside the mantle. You remember that thrum, that beat, that heartbeat that you felt when you witnessed this item before, this object. You hold it in your hand and you look down at your chest where the Secret Keeper's amulet rests. And you look at it and the hilt. And it is clear these two are married in some way. Brothers and sisters, perhaps, of a set. Craftsmanship, design. They are a pair.
Are you all right?
It's like they're talking.
Do you feel anything?
Yes. Yes, it's like they know they're together or they're reunited. I'm gonna bring it closer to the necklace. I don't know if that'll do anything, but
yeah, you do feel something. It is a strange sensation. Your heart is beating so fast, and you sense the power in it. You sense this potency, this anticipation almost, this readiness.
Something about it in the past that we got the sense it needed to be charged somehow.
Is there anything else, Jeff, in the chest?
There is not. Looking around this room, it seems pretty clear that over time or all at once, you're unable to determine that by looking around, but it seems that this chamber used to be full and has been emptied out. This and that small stack of coins is all that remains.
Wow.
I think we should take this all and we should get out of here.
Yeah, I'll take the coins and put them inside the chest. And do you want to carry that for now, or do you want to put it in the chest?
Sure.
All right. And I'll put the coins inside the chest, close the chest up, and put the chest in the bag holder.
Jeff, as kind of a historian, would James have any idea how much those coins are worth?
Same with the archaeology background.
Each of you can roll if you like.
Love to.
Do you mind if you study those once we get out of here?
Yes.
Out of character question, do we know why the hilt is separated from its sword? From its blade, rather?
It never seemed like it was broken. That was, I remember.
It does not seem to be broken. It does not seem to be missing a parts, so to speak. It seems to need to be charged, is what you determined last time you held it when you used your Arcana check.
So the sword from Jaspin's story, that it's probably not the same thing then, because that was a sword and not a hilt.
Could be. Not sure.
I don't know if that's for me to determine. It certainly was not described in that story as being only a hilt. That's correct.
Jeff, there's no place on this sword where like the amulet would fit.
It's a great question, but no.
Okay.
No, there is not.
Yes, we can take more time with these later.
It's gonna be like a lightsaber.
I don't know.
How cool is that?
A little bit.
Okay.
Fire saber.
Right, we have it.
I'm impressed that you guys got the password in one.
First try.
Wow.
So you guys were pretty confident about that.
I was not confident.
wasn't.
It was the only
wasn't.
guess I had. If it wasn't Mervis, I have no idea what it would be.
Braids.
Fail waffle.
Yikes.
Braids.
All right. We should go.
Yes.
Okay.
So exit the chamber.
All
and,
right. So you move back out the chamber, and you see this gentleman, this attendant, and he says, I trust everything was to your liking.
Yeah, I was right.
And
When was the last withdrawal from this place?
I'd have to look at the logs, but it was several months ago, perhaps a year. There has been numerous appearances by our client over the years.
Do you have record of who?
Of course, that is not something that I am at the liberty of sharing. But I'm pleased that he appointed you as his proxies to close out this account.
Yeah. All right. Back up the crank thing then.
Yes, indeed. But just to be clear, we can close this safe deposit box and complete.
We took the chest with us, right? I mean, we
took the chest, the hilt, and
put
everything.
Okay, great. Yeah, the whole thing.
Well, is there anything else in there? You want to do a final look around, make sure we didn't miss anything?
We will certainly do cleaning, and we will close out this, and all of our records will be updated. I'm so pleased to finally be done with this particular account. And he looks over at you, Loudmouth. I must say it was one of the more memorable accounts of my career. Yeah.
Fahima leans over to Lily. Can you ask him how much it would cost for us to open our own account here?
All right, Whitebeard's not gonna like it. Listen, if we were ever to come into our own, like, independent money, aside from this, like, what's the situation for opening up, like, a bank account?
Oh, well, we are eager to serve any new client that would need our services, and I'm certain that we'd be able to find a suitable account for any large enough sum.
What if it's just, like, not that large?
Well, then, of course, I think a more appropriate account would be established in the front entrance of the Bank of Terlis.
Oh, I see how it is.
Yes, that is
Noted.
exactly how it is.
We should go.
Right.
It's been too long since we've heard Lily's pirate accent.
All right, starts cranking again. It's very smooth. It seems fairly
I'd
effortless.
offer to help you, but it's not really my place, is it?
No, please, allow me. And he cranks you all the way back up and out back through that long hallway, through the sort of metal chamber, and back into the more wooden area, sort of nicely appointed with beautiful upholstered chairs, all that area that you recall from 22 years ago. And back in that seating room, he says, well, if our business here is concluded, I just need a signature on this line from any of you.
Oh, all right, I'll do it. And I'll just, Lily will write with her wrong hand and attempt to just write. Like, it's gibberish.
Yes. Legibility has not been a hallmark of this particular account.
What was that?
Nothing. And I bid you good day. Please see us again if you need anything that we can be of assistance with. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
And he leads you out the front, or out the back, the VIP entrance.
Lily, this might be a bit of a reach, but this isn't... You don't recognize this hilt from your vision of my dad, do you?
We need to keep moving.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
We
this is...
can.
I'm talking and walking.
Do I, Jeff?
I pull her to a full stop and I have this conversation.
Roll me a history check, Lily.
Aaron Sorkin walking dog.
Yeah.
We're going in circles and we're getting lots of files.
Yeah, this is like the social network. We're walking.
You have advantage from Jet Racer 24.
Ooh, okay, great.
Jet Racer!
Jet Racer!
Go Jet Racer!
History check with Jet Racer. What is it? What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be?
A 15?
You can't be certain. You can't be certain that this is or is not the hilt. It was a vision. You saw him wielding a sword. You cannot be certain if this is the same hilt.
When was that vision, though? That vision, I mean, because that sword's been in that vault for 20 years.
Correct. And also, Lily, when you saw that vision, nothing leaped out to you as being something you recognize as being similar to the amulet. But of course, there was a lot to take in, and you necessarily were looking at the details of the sword. But
yeah, that was kind of before we had a lot of the knowledge of this too. So
yeah.
No, I can't. Maybe, but I don't remember specifically.
It's all right. I just wanted to check everything.
No, it's a good question.
All right, so that was surprisingly easy. We
Well
did
done.
it.
Well done,
Well
everyone.
done.
I suppose so. We should make haste back to the Abbey though, because
Are they gonna recognize us?
What do you mean?
oh, good
Oh,
question.
I can do a sending, or we can send a message to Torvald with the earring and tell them to let us in as we currently look.
Oh, okay, I'll do it.
You look like swarthy pirates.
Yeah.
Older, swarthy pirates.
Less intimidating,
What are
swarthy.
you trying to say, Jeff?
I'm just saying,
Heck.
you don't look like young students walking back to the Nightstone Abbey anymore.
All right. I'll put in my earring to Torvald.
All right. Again, that heat that emanates from it kind of seeps
hate
into
it.
your inner ear.
Torvald.
Yes,
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay, good. Listen. Oh, we were on our way back, but we've changed the way we appear. So I don't know the best way to let them know that there's going to be 5 pirates and coming
yes,
into.
I don't know the inner workings of the Abbey, but I suspect pirates might raise some suspicion. I'll.
Could you ask Fesh if there's a way for us to get in?
Fesh is telling me he'll send Nance to the front, looking for 5 pirates, I suppose.
Listen, you can't miss us. We're 5 pirates who've seen a lot of sun.
I will relay the message.
Okay.
Be safe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Nance is coming for us, so let's make good time.
Great.
All right. So again, Civ and James combining to lead you through the city in a very time sensitive way, and a very direct way back to the Abbey. So you get there in pretty good time. The sun is setting at this point. It is almost night, and you these 5 pirates heading back to this university. And as you get to the gates, there are guards there. You see Nance waiting outside the gates, and she looks and sees these pirates approaching, and she raises her hand a bit timidly and uncertainly.
It's us.
Oh, well, there's guards, James.
She
We're
turns
here
the
to
guards.
learn.
It's us, the music students.
We're here to learn. And she says, they're with me.
She's teaching us how to read.
I'm indeed teaching them how to read. It is an outreach program we are doing with the city of Wart.
It's really hard. Have you tried it?
I've tried it.
Yeah.
She's right, it's hard.
Yes.
So she ushers you guys in and brings you back into the Abbey. And it is nighttime, so there are many fewer students about, but the few that are in the hall was definitely noting the 5 pirates walking through.
What are you looking at? No, kidding.
All right, so you're heading back to Fish's office, is that right?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so you make your way back there, causing a bit of a commotion. Anybody that sees you moves out of the way. These students like, there's pirates in the halls. But you get up to the Fesh's office. Nance does a knock and then opens the door, and Hermel starts and then goes,
I will never get used to this. Your variety and intensity of your disguises is something to not good for an old man's heart.
Well, wait until you see our real appearance. We've changed quite a bit.
Some of us for the worse.
Well, feel free to lower your disguise if you are more comfortable. There's no danger of anyone interrupting us here.
If you like, Lily.
Everyone is ready?
Sure. I prepared. Nance is in this room. Fesh, Torvald's already seen me, but yes.
yeah.
Fahima will glance at James. I'm totally fine just staying in this one for a bit.
No, it's fine. It'll run out eventually.
We don't have anything else we need to do in town.
True.
Today?
Not today.
All right.
Well, I don't recommend us going around as pirates anyways. If the
Good
gods
point,
are all
good
riled
point,
up.
Good point. All right, I'll drop it.
I'm
right.
disguised as a city guard.
Yeah, this applies to everyone in the room.
Who are you?
All of a sudden, yeah, Civ as a city guard is standing there.
I'm in Clayton in full plate mail.
Yeah. And
Like
of course,
I said, our appearance has changed quite a bit.
Of course, James, his features. I mean, even in the few hours that you guys have not seen him in his normal form. I mean, it's been what, at least 8 hours more as the second seeming spell. It's perhaps a jolt to all of you that the severity of his transformation seems to be even more pronounced. His eyes are sunken. His cheekbones are jutting. There is this strange view of the veins underneath that bulge and pulse with a sort of purplish hue, and his eyes, that jet black, that empty coal that seems to sizzle and burn in his eye sockets. It is a strange sight to behold, especially a group of you that have been battling demons. I mean, he looks to all appearances right now as some sort of hybrid between a human male and one of those demons. He's the in-between photo of this transformation.
I'll notice everyone's reactions.
Does he look more demonic than the last time we saw him?
Yeah, slightly. I mean,
Really?
it looks like a continuing. I mean, it's been basically a whole day since you've seen him,
Right.
and it is slightly more intense than you remember it being.
Lily, do you have any more of those ceramic chips?
We tried that already. It didn't.
Yeah, but you changed now.
Be my guest. I'll look at Fesh and Nance.
You see Fesh staring at you. He doesn't want to make you uncomfortable. He doesn't seem to want to meet your gaze, but he can't keep his eyes off of you.
I'll pull my hood up.
Lily, are you producing one of those chips?
Sure, yeah. Okay.
A ceramic chip that you had
Yeah.
found among the demons in the shadow of Sky Scorcher Peak. You bring it out once again, and you bring it toward, as you move it through the room across the corpse of that lightning demon that you still left there. It does glow, but as you move it toward James, the glowing dims. Does not seem to be reacting to him.
It's the same.
Well, listen. We got what was in the vault. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is talking to Percy Samuels.
I'd like to
Don't you think it's
identify.
odd that they left anything in the vault? Specifically those things?
What
Whitebeard,
did you
mean?
find?
Oh, well, here. I'll show him the hilt.
I'll take out the chest with the gold coins.
Oh my.
And I
Torvald,
can-
does that look like a human skull to you? No, it does not.
What?
Huh?
What sort of skull does it
On the
look
Yes.
What does it look like?
Have you studied this chest?
Not well. We were in a bit of a rush.
Not yet.
It is subtle, but I believe the look around the nostril and the eye sockets. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Hermal? Yes, I am.
What?
Dragon?
Aarakocra.
Hence the wings.
God.
Cocra.
It's deeper.
Wait, alright, wait.
Wait, who are they?
They are Cocra, the bird people who took Mirissa's Blue's child.
Who my dad lived with for a lifetime.
Out near Pash. Who took Mirissa's Blue's child.
Yes.
Alright, I'm pulling out notes and everything like that. The Aarakocra?
James, I'm sorry. I know this is a lot right now, but I must comment on your appearance. I am concerned at what I'm seeing, and no one else seems to be bringing it up.
No, yeah. I mean, we're all very concerned about it.
We've talked about it already.
It's not much we can do about it at the moment, but
James,
yes, please.
I didn't want to do this, but I must tell you about Frisha Paul.
Who?
As I mentioned, there is precious little available literature in our post-war libraries about the old ones.
Yes.
I told you what I had found, but I left something out because I did not believe it to be pertinent.
Is about this void, this far realm to the west?
No, I gave you as much information about that as I could, but this maybe have more relevance to you personally.
Go on.
There is one account in our library that I found in my research that sent shivers down my spine. Frisha Paul, a researcher here at Nightstone Abbey long ago, near the beginning of the New Age, soon after the war, it seems. There is very little record of her here, even in Abbey's own register. But I was able to find 2 volumes about her. One written in her own hand, and one written by a contemporary of hers, a colleague at the Abbey. Both describe an investigation she conducted into the old ones that seems to have originated with her finding a book, a dark book, described by her colleague as impossible to see. A black spot on the eye. Her own account of the events.
Book of Shadows.
What's that?
I'll pull out my Book of Shadows.
And you all see this black spot hovering in his hands. Impossible to see. Like a hole where there should be something.
I'm sorry, go on.
Her own account of the events in the book, a diary of sorts.
And he looks at the book you're holding. He seems to be preoccupied with it as he tells this tale.
Her account paints a euphoric picture. Elation at the potential of this untapped source of power. She describes new abilities, expanding her mind in extraordinary ways, ways similar to your own. But the description from the outside, the pages written by her colleague observing her, paint a very different picture indeed. It describes her as as clumsy, as greedy, as brash, offering herself to a dark power with no regard for consequences. And it describes a change. a physical transformation in her that I cannot help but compare to your own. It is the author's thesis that the Old One used Frisha for its own purposes, was grooming her to facilitate its own return to the mortal plane. I do not know how much of this to believe, but the author believes that there was much infighting between the Old Ones and the gods, and between the Old Ones themselves. The Old One Frisha became entangled with seems to have been banished, forced to remain in the void without access to Ayn. And it was only the wardens themselves who managed to turn back Frisha's dark patron before it once again returned to this reality. He says Frisha was obliterated, a casualty of a much grander fight, but not until she had become something unrecognizable from her former self. Not unlike a demon. And that at the warden's behest, he hid the tome that started it all, hoping no one would ever be tempted by its power again.
Did it have a name? Her patron?
No. And neither book refers to it by a proper name.
Where is this book? It was
This
this
is
book.
in our library. You mean the book that I read, the two tomes that I read?
Yes.
Yes, they are. They are in our library, and I'm willing to show them to you, but it worries me that you are walking down a similar path to Frisha Pole. Perhaps even tempted by the same inception.
I'll be honest, from the moment I was discovered by Shothragot that I was no longer getting away with just stealing its power out from under it, I thought I was a dead man. In that moment on Bingle, I thought I would be struck down immediately as just a little annoying insect by them. And then the longer they allowed me to stay alive and keep taking their power, the more I started to suspect what you're saying, that they might be using me.
Well, don't they need you?
Yeah, I've suspected that. I even taunted it once by saying, you need me more than I need you. It was a guess.
Well, if they're stuck in another realm, of course they need you.
Right.
You're their access point to this realm.
I'm the only way that they have a stake in the game, so to speak.
Well, perhaps not the only way, but certainly one way.
Right.
To see the light, one must know what is dark.
Right.
I'm going to turn back to Fesh and Torvald. Is there anything you can do to protect James so that he doesn't completely turn into a demon?
I am willing to try, but I fear this is beyond my arcane knowledge.
What about this land to the west? You said there was another possible access point or whatever to the void or to...
Yes.
Where?
I do not know. All I know it is far to the west. It is possible that what we know of the western lands of Ayn, the carnage and uninhabitability of those areas, it may all have to do with that point. We know it is a terrible, harsh land full of dangers beyond imagining.
That tracks. Everywhere else we've seen the Old One's influence, it's had a definitive effect on the people around it, whether it's the madness around the Isle of Rum or the rage around Thorn.
Yes.
Seems they are tied to emotions.
Possibly. Yes.
Were you able to research the obelisks at all? Do you know anything more about them?
We have only begun our research. You have been gone a short time, but I assure you I will do my utmost to find out all I can.
I remembered something about the obelisks, actually, that I wanted to ask you. The first obelisk that we found, the one on the Isle of Rum, it had, I think I told you this at the time, it had 3 symbols on it. It had the sun, the moon, and that symbol of the abyss. Now, those symbols of the sun and moon we'd seen before when we were the Wardens the first time. We were fighting. It was the last battle of the War of Ideas, and the enemy that we were fighting as the Wardens were these armies of the sun and the moon. So,
Led by dragons. Connected. Led by dragons.
Yes. So, if the obelisk had a sun, a moon, and an abyss on it, would that imply then that the Old Ones are tied to these armies who are the enemies of the War of Ideas? That perhaps the things that we were all made to forget 300 years ago were the Old Ones. Tied to the Old Ones. Somehow.
Perhaps. We forgot so much more, though.
The more I think of it, the more I think we have to say to this queen of the Shahs and Gao, if she still remembers, if she's the only one who's still around, if she was there, and perhaps she knows what was so important.
Well, at least we've confirmed that it is the Wardens versus the Old Ones, at least in this retelling.
It's a little bit of a guess, but yeah.
I do have a question. Is it mentioned in the text how many Wardens went up against?
It has always been thought that there were only ever 4.
So there are the Countess of 4 Wardens.
The 4 Wardens, the 4 elements.
But there were 5 of us.
Yes. That is what has changed everything.
Here's what I'm thinking. Listen. I don't know why the decision was made to make everyone forget 300 years ago, but all the trouble that we're having now with the Wardens is as a result of making everyone forget. Calcutta Theed might be evil, she might be insane, but she and her people have a point why they're angry, because they were made to forget everything. If there is a way to remember, if she knows a way to remember this Shazangao Queen, then it must be an option, because it's led to almost every. It's led to the destruction of Bingle indirectly. It's led to Sky Scorcher Peak. Everything that we've been battling to fight against has been because 300 years ago they made everyone forget.
But what did they make us forget?
That's the question.
It seems to me that if it's so, those who put the Wardens together were not dumb.
No.
They did not make decisions hastily.
I agree.
So to make this kind of decision must have had a reason.
Yes.
What if that reason is far more dangerous than what we're currently in?
What we know about the Old Ones is that they infect minds. They get into minds. They know things.
I wonder if they infected the mind of the Cyclone Warden. Or if she joined their side.
Or if they were afraid of them infecting the mind of absolutely everyone, and that's why they made them forget.
I'm just trying to draw a line with this touched by the cyclone, touched by the void.
We don't know what happened to Mirasis Blue, to the Cyclone Warden, but
perhaps you descend from her.
And perhaps she touched the void.
Calcutta Theed does, we know that for certain. Because the Sky Children became the Drow.
Yes.
Fahima will use the Timid Hand card and teleport over to Torvald and
nicely done.
And politely ask for the hilt to cast Identify on it.
Roll a d4.
Right. I am, baby girl. I am.
Oh, your camera froze.
Oh
again,
no! Why is it doing
He
that?
teleported. That's why.
He's in the midst of teleporting right
You
now.
can-
Roll the die.
In
I'm
the
sure he'll
middle
come
of a
back.
teleport.
I really gotta figure out what is going on. Okay, this
There we
is my
go.
teleportation rectangle. Okay, I rolled a 4. Oh no!
30 feet. Well, it's not a huge room.
Yeah,
it's
No,
not that big
yeah.
of a
30-foot
room.
room.
It's a huge
Probably
room.
like 10 feet.
Ah!
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you can roll a D4 for your damage. I mean, D6 for your damage. 1d6.
She lands on her head, right?
2.
She lands on her head. Yeah,
2 points.
You see
points.
the amulet flash and blink twice, and all of a sudden, Fahima disappears and reappears upside down and boom, comes down on her head.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to for the moment there. I just was trying to sneak over to you and not interrupt the
That is an extraordinary.
conversation.
Extraordinary. You are able to wield the Secret Keeper's amulet as your own. It is,
Oh, this is new to you?
I really think it wields us, to be honest.
Yeah.
regardless, you
I
are
don't know
in
that we do any
contact with
wielding.
its
It's a
power in a
two-way
way.
street.
This is important. You are in contact with its power in a way that none have been in 300 years. That is significant.
Yeah.
That should not be taken lightly.
Is the Secret Keeper still alive?
We have no reason to believe he is not.
Even will start ritual casting, identify.
Okay, you sit down and you hold the hilt in your hand and you begin. It's 10 minutes, yes? Or 1 minute? Is it 10 minutes?
10 minutes plus however long the casting is, so
If
yeah.
it's a ritual, or you can, if you prepped it.
I didn't prep it. I never do because it's a ritual.
All right. So you hold the pearl that you have as the material component. You hold the hilt, and you start to enter this trance. And Torvald watches you do this, and he turns back to the rest of you, and he says,
What you have described to me from the original vision that you all saw when you rescued the Storm Warden in my presence.
Yes.
You saw the Queen of the Shoshin-Gao
We did.
Yes.
lead the creation of the Wardens. It is extraordinary. If she still lives, she may have more information than all of us combined. I am still intrigued by this notion of what your former adversary suggested you do, visiting the grave of the Chrono Dragon.
Yes.
That's where we're going next, after all of this business. Speaking of which, a friend of ours is in prison here. How hard would it be to break him out if, let's say, Purser doesn't want to play nicely?
Well, that depends on how much magic you intend to use.
A lot.
I can tell you there will definitely be Nightstone mages in employ at the prison, but that does present us an opportunity. We may be able to get a message to those Nightstone mages. We may be able to manipulate them in some way. Perhaps we can get them to look the other way when magic is being used, if we can use it surreptitiously.
That's very intriguing. I think the cleanest way is to still see if Purser can be reasoned with somehow. Because
Do you think that's possible?
I don't know. And
No, sorry, I'm asking.
yes, sorry.
No, it's okay. Do you think that's possible?
Purser to be reasoned with.
Yes. Because time is of an essence, and it is risky.
He's a friend of ours that helped us out when we were in a tight spot, and he's been rotting in prison ever since just because he knows us. He hasn't done anything wrong.
Something must be done, I agree. But
Well, I would say if anyone could persuade her, it would be the heroes of Bingo.
You know where she comes from?
Purser?
Yes. Her history?
She is native to Terlis. She has been a stalwart defender of this city her entire life. Honorable woman, as far as I can tell. She believes strongly in the safety of the people here. She has made some difficult decisions, it is true, but I am reluctant to believe that her motivations are anything but noble. You may not agree with them, and I have had my quarrels with her as well. But I do believe her intentions have been pure.
Okay. I hope so. That'll make it easier to reason with.
Good intentions still kill people.
Of
So,
course.
does she come from a royal family? Does she have, I don't know, children?
No children. She was a warrior from a young age. A
Family
fighter,
at all?
a god. I'm not aware of any family she has now,
Okay.
but
This is about the time, Fahima, that you get this sensation. Sorry, Lily, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, it's fine.
Fahima, this is about the
Froze
time.
again.
Yeah.
About the time
There
that
we
you
go.
freeze in place.
I thought you'd fallen asleep because you
It's-
froze in a blink.
It's a loose cord. Oh God, I don't know. I might have to just switch to my other camera.
It's okay.
It's a heck of a screenshot.
There we go. There we go.
Wait, is that the identify cam?
She casts identify.
It
That's
looks at it
clearly
very
Fahima.
deeply,
Very clearly
closely.
Fahima.
Please work.
All
I'll
right.
fix it by next week.
So you commune with this object, and as you meditate, you get a sense. You get feeling, a sensation, a view of this extraordinary hilt that looks to be of a type of the Secret Keeper's amulet. You even get a name. It is known as the God-Slayer Blade.
What?
Oh.
And
Whoa.
it does indeed need to be charged.
Okay.
It does an extraordinary amount of damage. Almost to the point of killing creatures in a single strike.
Wow.
How does it charge, though?
Well, it uses energy, the life force of other creatures.
I knew it. I knew it.
Whoa.
I knew it.
So it needs to slay something?
And
How does it
Ago?
slay something without
Ago, roll me a religion check.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask you.
You
Jeff.
have advantage from Sonic the Hodgepodge.
Roll.
Want to guide me here, James?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fahima, I'm assuming you relay this information to the group, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any kind of elemental damage that it does? Is it just bludgeoning, slashing damage?
Give me a second.
Or-
Ago.
When Fahima wakes up, I'm gonna teleport over to her.
Wakes up.
Oh no! I also rolled a 4.
I also teleport over to Ugo to give him guidance. I also got a 4. No joke. Ow, ow.
I hope that Hermel is like, okay, maybe the amulet, the power isn't wielded that well.
It's not.
Demonstrating the
It's
true
not a
nature
happy
of
puppy
the
amulet all the time.
Maybe these heroes of
Yeah.
Bingle aren't
This is
the best.
the
And you
chaos
wonder
magic
why
that
I
you know
drink.
so well.
I took 5 points of damage.
I took
Ago.
4.
What is your roll?
23.
20.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very
Alright.
cool.
There we go.
Go as Fahima relates this information to you. You start to contemplate in your sort of new role as a paladin, your connection with the Candle Queen. You relate what Fahima is telling you, and something occurs to you. Some sense that you have. There may be another way to charge the God Slayer blade.
Tell.
And that is to ask the gods themselves. Once per session, you are able to ask the Watchers of the Time Stream to charge the God Slayer blade.
What?
At which point, we will put a vote into chat.
Oh my goodness.
And if they grant you a charge with an up-down vote,
That's
the God
so good.
Slayer blade will be charged. It lasts 20 seconds, so you get 3 rounds to use it before it dissipates.
Okay.
Sick.
Once it okay, so if there's 3 rounds and let's say you hit on the first one, then it dissipates. It's not like you get 2 more shots.
Yes, it is
okay.
Exactly.
One
right.
hit.
One
so
hit.
3 rounds. But if one of us that has multi-attack, would we get 2 shots per round?
No, it once a single strike and the energy is dispersed. It uses
Just
I'm doing the Morgan math in my head.
Can I slay 2 gods? Can I slay 2 gods with it? That's what I want to.
Wait, so it can only hit once in the 3 rounds?
Yeah.
If you hit once
Okay.
with it, it's
instant
gone.
kill. You
Okay.
get 3 rounds in order to
Right.
use it before it dissipates. So you can't
It's
just
like a
like
smite.
you can't charge it in the morning and just hold on to it and wait around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't mind
And how
me.
long does it take an action to ask the gods?
No.
Or is it a free? Okay.
Bonus action to ask.
Bonus
the gods.
action.
Sick.
Cool. And
But
is
you
there
are
any
at the-
limitations?
you are at the whim of the Watchers of the Time Stream as to whether they grant you
I love it.
that or not.
Are there any limitations on who can carry or wield it?
No.
Does it work like a long sword or a
You
short
have
sword?
to be attuned. That is the only.
Oh.
So you have to decide.
What
who's
is it? A
attuned.
long? Yeah, it's a good question. What type of weapon does it count as?
I mean, I was just thinking as a sword. We can get more specific if you need.
Long, short,
need
just
that.
to yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All we need to know is the damage.
I mean, it's an instant
If 0 hit points is your
200.
damage, right? Your damage is you get you're at 0 hit points.
kill. Yes, exactly.
You did.
So now you have in your possession the hilt of the God Slayer blade,
Woo!
and that is where we will end tonight.
Woo!
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
dang it. Persa, I'm coming for you in the dream, baby. First up, next episode, we're going.
You better tell us about that before you do that.
Again, this episode has been special to us because all of our digital items this week are benefiting Color of Change, which is a charity that we all firmly believe in and root for. So thank you to all of you who have donated. It's really cool, and we really appreciate that. Looks like the final tally is Team Force of Good, 61%, Team Force of Evil, 39%. So next week there will be another Force of Good card in effect. If you'd like to submit cards, they're all submitted by viewers, by watchers like you. So
Ooh.
please do. We love those.
One
Also-
free charge of the Godslayer blade.
Also, we are made possible entirely because of Patreon at patreon.com/The Dungeon Run. We have this month. We have 2 Chrono Dragon. This is insane. It's just absolutely overwhelming that we have 2 Chrono Dragons, Changebox, and references needed. Thank you both for supporting at such an extraordinarily high level. The next level down are Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil, and the reward for supporting at that very high, very generous level is that we read your names out at the end of the show, which is now. But we don't just read the names out normally. No. We make a game out of it, and patrons have suggested themes, styles in which we should read those names out. So we are going to do that now. Let me roll a die. Unless we have, is there somebody that hasn't done it in a while that we should just pick, or should I?
I think
roll a
we've
die?
gotten everybody now that hasn't done it in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I rolled a 4.
Ronald
Ronald
Hey.
Ogden. All right, Ron. So
Great.
I like this one. This is Team Force of Good, and it was submitted by Doug in Texas, who suggested this works out well because I just watched a documentary about this fellow. You are to read it in the style of Bob Ross painting a portrait. He doesn't do portraits.
You're gonna be great at this.
Landscapes.
Oh, this is great. I love this. I haven't done it in a while, but I do paint minis. You typically stream them, and on occasion, the watchers of that stream will call me the Bob Ross of mini painting. I think that is, I don't know if that I have the patience and beauty of soul that man did, but
Yes.
I will try to do him honor now. Okay, we're gonna start with a little Armando 89, right? Just a little Armando here, a little 89 over here. Oh, look, we made a Hadrian X. It's okay. It's okay. It's a Wilbur Jr. Okay, so just use your little Wilbur Juniors. You get into it. Oh, look! I think of maybe a little Fenderil here. Yeah, a little Fenderil. Oh, and look, this is a beautiful field. IR Mook House. Just a bunch of little IR Mook House. Okay? Just a bunch. You know what's in these mountains? The Gold family. They're climbing. They're enjoying themselves.
Honey,
It's a snowy little mountain.
Honey, do you ever wonder if Bob Ross has never been in nature at all in his life? What
Now
are these
look.
tree names?
Look. Gold family in the mountains. Also, what do you find in mountains? Jewels. Just a bunch of jewels. Just jewels everywhere. Okay, we're just gonna spread them everywhere. You know what? Let's just put more on there. Because we cannot make mistakes. We can only make kitty scritches.
Maybe it's us. Maybe we haven't been in nature.
I guess.
You know what? I really feel like when we're painting like this, I just want to scream out, Dungeon Run, yay! And sometimes
Dungeon Run,
Braba.
yay!
Sometimes Braba. I feel like a Braba. But honestly, it's
What
it's
about
bit
when you're
cold
having a bad
candor
day?
here.
Yeah, when you're having a bad day.
It's a bit of a cold candor day for me
Yeah.
today.
Oh.
I'm feeling more like a Bob Harris than a Bob Ross, if you know what I mean. But as I have discovered in nature, sometimes you have IR Mook House, but on occasion, in the forest, hiding and hunting, you have a Mickey Wolfs. Okay, so I'm gonna put a little couple Mickey Wolves here. I almost said Milky Wolves, and that's a different thing. I'm gonna Mickey Wolf here. You know what? I know it's a forest and a mountain, but we're gonna put poo monkeys in this as well. It's just, I feel like a poo monkey is really just, this painting needs it.
I don't think he knows a thing about like where animals and like what environments animals live in.
Now, as I think of your past decisions, I'm going to take a swig from this beaker par. I think we should name this Dawnbreaker 1990.
It was a good year.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey.
Well done, Ronald Ogden, ladies and gentlemen.
Tough one. That was a tough
That
one
was
because he
a
doesn't
tough
really
one.
jump in. Like you
Very
don't
good.
jump
Yeah,
in.
I know,
when
yeah.
he's painting.
He's a
it's
solo.
just him.
Yeah.
Some of these are more difficult than you'd think.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I love that one. That was great. And great that you were watching the show. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I rolled a 6. That's a reroll.
You do it. You do it, Jeff.
Another 6. I rolled a 1. Rolled a 1. It's
Hey.
Jared.
Yay!
All right, Jared. This is Team Force of Evil,
Excellent.
and it was submitted by Fectious.
Oh.
Even better.
You're doing it. I can't wait to see you do this. You're doing it like a collar in a hoedown.
A collar and a hoedown?
You know what a collar, the hoedown collar?
Yeah,
Bring your
vaguely.
partner up and down.
There,
That guy.
Okay. Isn't
Yeah.
that usually like rhyme and like it's song?
Yeah, go
okay.
ahead, do it.
Bring your partner round and round. It's time to down to clown. J-Rock is your friend tonight. Corbin played might be your friend tomorrow night. Jackal dancing around. You don't like him because Ford itself 86'd him. 28-bit do now. Turn your partner round and round. I think I'm nuts because I'm singing this song. But that's okay because I'm a student of Grimm.
He's right.
Just like a smile, but
upside down. I did Juden until 9/7. I don't know what that means. I guess he's gonna be here for a little while. And don't forget your friend tonight. His name is Expendable Crewman, and he's your friend for life.
Oh,
Incredible!
wow. Coming in hot.
That was
I
brilliant.
like that Jared went from a question right into it. So it's like da 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 da. Here I go. How it is.
Jared's like, oh man, I don't know how to do the there I go. I'm doing it.
Dive right in. Only way to do it.
Sloppy.
Oh man.
Well
Sloppy goats.
done.
That was my
If
sloppy
you would-
goats.
If you would like your name right at the end of the show, please consider. It is a very high tier. We are super grateful for the folks at that tier, but there are lots of different tiers on Patreon as well of support with lots of different rewards. Check it out, patreon.com/The Dungeon Run. Oh, I just got informed that we got a last minute donation.
Ooh.
An additional $50 donation from Changebox because he loves the show.
Thank you,
Changebox. Thank you. Changebox, one of our
Thank you.
Chrono Dragons, which is extraordinarily generous. But this particular $50 donation is going to our charity tonight, Color of Change, which Color of Changebox. Yes, that's good too. Thank you, Changebox. Thanks to all of you who donated tonight. We also got a balloon from Wobbly Meerkat. Thank you, Wobbly Meerkat, for that balloon. That also goes all of the people that added gift subs and bits to that pile as well. We really appreciate it.
We see it was Pack NW Fallstar gave a bunch of bits tonight, and as we said, Icon Z1 and Witch Space, I believe I saw as well, giving some amazing gifts tonight. Thank you so much. And yeah, be on the lookout on our social medias and at Discord. We'll let everybody know what the final tally was. Yeah. But already this is looking really great, guys.
It was
Thank you
our
so much.
honor to move the needle a little bit and help in any way we can. Thank you for watching us. We'll be here next week. Until then, humankind.
Ebos! We miss you, Gurk.
It started. It started. It started. 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 As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice roll!